to the March 12th regular board meeting. We are glad you are here. Before we begin, we'd like to share a few reminders with everyone. Please keep the aisles clear during our meeting to allow members of the school system and the sheriff's department to be able to move about. Also, except for when honoring the flag and our opening prayer and participating in the call to audience, please remain seated throughout our meeting. We hope to have a productive and efficient meeting, and your help is greatly appreciated. Thank you again for being here today. At this point, I would ask Ms. Bowie to call the roll. Ms. Bowie.
Good afternoon. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here. Sorry.
Hugh McManus.
Present.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
All right. At this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got a kind of stereo second. Any discussion? If not, all. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Craybill.
So I'd like to change policy amendments to be policy consensus, so we're clear on how we're voting on these. We talked about this at the policy committee and at the agenda review, that we have been using the policy consensus method for over 2 years now, and we really only had we broke it into two parts so that we can get through as many as possible in a consensus vote, and then any that that are there for a second reading or that are brand new, we pull off into its own item.
Right, and under subject, it does say policy consensus. So you're just going to make that the overall topic?
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be that should be the norm.
Madam Policy Chair, what's your thoughts on that?
That's fine with me.
Okay, fine. All right.
I'd
Yes,
like to, I had asked if we did that. I want to do that going forward, but I had asked if we could have them listed out, the ones that would be consensus and the ones that would be discussed. And I think I've divided those out in my book. It's a huge stack of things for tonight. So I'm not comfortable saying, okay, just some of them are consensus and some of them are not without having it listed out. Can we get that before we hear policy?
Our protocol has,
Yes, ma'am.
our protocol has been that all of them are policy consensus, and except for the ones that we previously that we pull. And we have to do it separately for policies that are brand new, like the 7205, so that we can go through the first and second reading process as called out in our policy. So we have adopted policy consensus method already.
And I want to go to you, Ms. Walker, but first we had a motion, and I never asked for a second, so is there a second for that?
I will second that.
Okay, now we have a second. Now, Ms. Walker.
Well, I seem to remember at one agenda review meeting, Ms. Bradford did ask that they do, because I know at agenda review we do intend to pull some, and we talk about that. And I think for at least the sake of the public and for our sake to have them listed, I think it's a good idea for the next meeting. So I agree. I'm not sure what I'm agreeing to vote for, but like to have them separate from going forward, I think, Ms. Mason, you said that was okay. I'm okay with that too.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to change the topic from policy amendments to policy consensus.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, ma'am.
So are we saying that tonight they will all be consensus and there will be no debate on them? If there's going to be debate, can we discuss which ones would be debated tonight?
No, the protocol has been everything is policy consensus. When we get to the meeting, if any board member wants to pull one off to talk about, then we pull it off to talk about. And we've been giving each other the courtesy of doing that at the agenda reviews to know which ones are coming off. So yes, so they're all listed together, and per your request a while, and what we've always done too, is the attachments are all listed there in order so that you can see them all. But we don't normally list them all like we do in consensus. They're all just known to be consensus unless we pull them off.
So what are we going to do tonight? Are we going to just go consensus and are we not going to debate any? Or are we going to debate only the ones that were mentioned on last Tuesday? Or are we going to be more flexible?
No, we've always just, if you want to pull it off, then you pull it off. The idea is to do as many as possible through consensus, but if we want to pull one off at any point in time, then we can.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Bowie, would you please, again, it is to change the topic from policy amendment to policy consensus, as it says in the subject, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Wildebohr,
I say aye.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
and Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Okay, so with that change, we have a motion and a second to accept the agenda. All in favor, please signify with the amended agenda, excuse me. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. All those opposed, like sign? That passes 7-0. We will carry on now with our invocation. It will be provided today. Actually, I'm going to read these all so that we can just move through them. We have the invocation today being provided remotely by Pastor Armour of the St. Luke AME Zion Church. We have the presentation of colors today by the Ashley High School NJROTC Color Guard Group unit. That will provide the presentation of colors and is under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Rader and Master Chief Matthew Deschamps, Principal Michael Perez. Our national anthem today will be provided by New Hanover County Schools elementary students who have been selected to participate in the Elementary School Honors Chorus. They will provide us with the national anthem today. The students will represent Bellamy, Holly Tree, Myrtle Grove, Holly Shelter, middle and elementary schools. And our Pledge of Allegiance today will be done by our own Miss Walker. So thank you. We will start with our invocation.
My name is Jermaine Armour, and I am the pastor of the St. Luke Church here in the great city of Wilmington. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in some circles you are known as teacher. So we ask that you would bless every teacher in our school system and every employee in every school. Christ came to us not as an adult, but as a child. So Lord, bless every child enrolled in our school system and those who will soon be school-aged children. And Lord, bless our school board members with wisdom, insight, and love as they lead us in the development of our most precious gifts, our children. This we ask in the name of Christ. Amen.
Amen. Ms. Walker? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could have the members of the Ashley NJ ROTC come back, and also the singers, please come back. We'd like to have you guys introduce yourselves, please.
I'm Allison Ripley, and I go to school at Holly Tree Elementary. I'm Ruth Adams, and I go to school at Holly Shelter Middle.
I'm Elijah Greason, and I go to school at Myrtle Grove Middle.
I'm Colton Leak, and I go to school at Myrtle Grove Middle.
I'm Travion Spicer, and I go to Holly Shelter Middle.
I'm Hannah Smith, and I go to Holly Tree.
I'm Sandy Lacayo, and I go to Bellamy.
Great job. Thank you so much. And if I could have you introduce yourselves, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cadet Lieutenant Register Senior.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cadet Petty Officer First Class Oliver Marshall.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet Ingram, Ensign Sophomore.
Good afternoon. I'm Cadet Parker, PO or Petty Officer Second Class.
I'm Cadet Ingram, Petty Officer 3rd Class, freshman.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you, guys. One more round of applause for both of you, please. Well, that's a great way to start the evening. At this point, our next bit of business is to approve the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed by like sign, please. Okay, that passes 7-0. Next, another one of my favorite sections of the evening, which is recognitions. We'll start with the Classified Employee Recognition Program.
Happy to be here this evening to share our Board of Education recognitions. First up is Kelly Lewis. In his 3 years as New Hanover County Schools Athletic Director, Kelly Lewis has prioritized one thing: the best possible opportunities for every one of our student athletes. Kelly implemented unified track and field so that students with and without disabilities could participate together and share in the joy of sportsmanship. He led a voluntary Title IX review of all of our athletic facilities to ensure that everyone had equitable access to safe and quality spaces. In partnership with the Carolina Panthers, he is bringing a girls' flag football team to the district this spring. And in his 27 years as teacher, coach, and athletic director in North Carolina, he has demonstrated the highest degree of leadership, contribution, and character. And that's why next week, he'll be inducted into the State Athletic Directors Hall of Fame, one of just 2 people this year to earn this highest honor for high school and collegiate athletic administrators. Through the values that he holds and the way he puts those values into action, Kelly ensures that every one of our students has access to being part of a team. We are fortunate to have someone of his caliber leading our athletic program, and we congratulate him on this incredible honor. Congratulations. There was an article recently about the student we'll recognize next, and it said, Lucy Dimmock excels in all aspects of her life. And that about sums it up. The New Hanover High School senior is number 2 in her class with a 4.72 GPA. She captains the tennis team, which last year was the first in county history to make it to the state championships. She's a leader on student council. She represents our entire region on the DPI Student Advisory Council, and she's involved in North Carolina youth government. And if you didn't feel inadequate yet, Lucy co-wrote a bill that was approved by the state Senate and became law before she graduated high school. Lucy has been raking in the recognition for her impressive accomplishments. Recently, she was awarded the Spectrum Scholarship by State Senator Michael Lee, in addition to the prestigious Moorhead Cain Scholarship. And while all of this represents the level of excellence we can dream of for our students, what's really special about Lucy is that she does her work with such heart. The daughter of a New Hanover High School teacher, Lucy sees serving children as her calling. She works with a 4th grade reading buddy who's learning English. She volunteers at the pediatric wing at the hospital, and she aspires to major in political science and help drive policies that improve the lives of children. Lucy was unable to be here tonight because she has an important game to attend, but we're so proud to be able to shine a light on all she has accomplished and all she's contributing to our community and beyond. Congratulations, Lucy. Next up is Madison Ayers. When Madison Ayers was in 2nd grade, there was a student with a disability who spent time with her class. One day, a boy was bullying that child, and young Madison got between them, put her finger in the bully's face, and said with the force of a powerhouse little girl, "You better watch it." A teacher who saw the interaction came up to her afterward and said something she'll never forget. "I don't know what you're going to be one day, but you need to be a teacher." That prediction came true last year when Miss Ayers joined Myrtle Grove Middle School as a language arts and social studies teacher. And that same sense of inclusion, fairness, empathy, and finding strength in differences that she had at age 8 is what she models her teaching after now. Miss Ayers was named as a finalist for the North Carolina Center for Advancement of Teaching Beginning Teacher Award, one of just 27 educators from across the state to get this honor. She said she loves teaching middle school because it's the age when students take their learning and make it their own. But she also helps students at this tender age work on active listening, showing respect, and seeing things from others' perspectives. In order to learn from other people, she said, you have to trust that their inputs are equally as important. You can always learn something from someone else. Principal Cindy Bliss said Miss Ayers is a model of what we want future teachers to be. But perhaps more importantly, Miss Ayers' approach has earned her the buy-in and engagement of her students. If she was the only teacher in the world, one student told me, I wouldn't have any problem with it. And that's about the highest praise you can get from a middle school boy. Congratulations, Ms. Ayers, and thank you for representing us at the state level with such competence, innovation, and heart. Thank you. Next up, we have two exceptional student athletes who shattered state records in swimming last month. Cole Whitmer, a senior at Hoggard High School who is committed to the University of Alabama, was state champion in the 100-meter backstroke, finishing in just 47.93 seconds. Sean Setzer of Ashley High School was state champion and now record holder in the 50 freestyle, which he aced in 19.75 seconds, and the 100 freestyle in just shy of 44 seconds. Sean, who is committed to UNC for next year, was also named the state meet's most outstanding swimmer. No other area athlete has ever won that award since it was established in 1987. Cole and Sean have been friends for years, so winning state championships together was a particularly special way to close out two stellar high school careers. It's interesting to think about how many times these young men must have practiced those events, honing and refining their techniques to shave off time, fraction of a second by fraction of a second. The success of our student athletes is not just the result of natural talent. It's a reflection of resilience, grit, and a belief that you can accomplish what might at first seem impossible. Congratulations to both Sean and Cole on bringing these titles home and for representing New Hanover County Schools with sportsmanship and determination. And I know Sean could not be here tonight. Is Cole here? No? Okay. We will send their awards to their school, but congratulations to you both. And our next recognition is for one of the board's own, member Stephanie Crable. Ms. Crable received a Certificate of Achievement from the North Carolina Association of School Boards, which is why we had to bust out the big plaque to accommodate it. I've reported on and covered school boards for 20 years, and I don't think I've ever seen someone as serious about school board business as Stephanie Crable. If you look up policy wonk on Wikipedia, you just might find a photo of her, and I say that with all due respect. She knows every one of our board policies inside and out, and every previous iteration of them as well. She has a seriously unmatched passion for Robert's Rules of Order. At a meeting recently, Mr. Wildeboer called a point of order on her, and she actually thanked him. She has reverence for the policies, the procedures, and the structure because she understands that governing a school system is serious business and that growth and progress and good governance happen within the confines of that structure, not despite it. To get this recognition from NCASB, Ms. Crable had to commit at least 101 hours to school board training last year, though knowing her, it was likely much more. I don't have to tell any of you that being a school board member is sometimes thankless work. It's especially thankless to put in a couple hundred extra hours of training on board operations or governmental relations. So tonight we have the opportunity to say thank you to Ms. Crable for her diligence and commitment to board governance.
All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to change things up just a little bit. So the folks that are typically highlighting and putting people in the spotlight, Christina, Kevin, Chase, if you'll come up here, we are going to recognize their commitment to excellence tonight. And so I don't go off script and keep us here too long, I've written a few things down. Please, take this out. So here we go. It is my distinct pleasure to recognize a few exceptional individuals I've had the pleasure to work with on a regular basis. Not only are they consummate professionals in their field, they are truly amazing and caring individuals dedicated to the pursuit of excellence. We believe they are simply the very best at what they do, and the North Carolina School Public Relations Association, otherwise known as NCSPRA, they agree. Together, Christina Bean, Director of Communication, Chase Fulton and Kevin Hubbard, our broadcast production coordinators, received an astounding total of 22 Blue Ribbon Awards for excellence in communication during a ceremony last month in High Point. NCSPRA recognizes outstanding communications through its Blue Ribbon Awards program each year. The Blue Ribbon Awards are the highest honor presented by NCSPRA to school districts. The awards are given for outstanding communication in 8 categories: marketing, digital media engagement, electronic media, excellence in writing, publications, image, graphic design, photography, and special events and programs. In addition, NCSPRA also honored the top entry in each category, giving special recognition with the Best of the Best award. And in this team of superstars, we have one who has been recognized as being a little extra. Christina Beam earned the top honors for excellence in writing, not only this year, but for the past 3 consecutive years, making her, in our eyes, the best of the best of the best. To Christina, Chase, and Kevin, your achievements are a testament to your hard work, passion, and unwavering dedication. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. We are incredibly proud of you and the entire team. Here's to many more successes in the future. Well done, and thank you for your outstanding contributions to the new Hanover County Schools.
Who's in charge of the camera? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. As you may know, we have about 50% of our staff are made up of teachers, counselors, social workers, administrators. The other 50% are made up of hardworking folks like bus drivers, teacher assistants, custodians, and the like. And we wanted to find some way to recognize and appreciate those folks. Now, of course, getting to 1,800 of them is hard. So we have a nomination form where anyone can nominate a classified employee to be recognized every quarter at our board meeting. So I have two folks tonight, and there's nothing that school people hate more than being called up here and bragged on in front of them. So I'd like to call up Mr. Sam Kantowitz from Pine Valley Elementary School with Perry Lewis, his head custodian. So if you guys can come on up. And I'll tell you, Mr. Perry, Mr. Lewis, this is long here. Mr. Lewis begins his work every day at our school with an enthusiasm that sets a positive tone for staff and students alike. He's meticulous in inspecting every corner of the building to ensure that it provides the best learning environment for students. His dedication to creating this welcoming environment is the foundation of our Top Tiger Days. His dedication expands beyond facility management, where he can be found greeting kids in the morning, coming off the bus, and in the cafeteria at breakfast. Mr. Perry also serves as a positive role model for our students, taking time to engage with them during lunch and at recess. He listens, empathizes with them, and motivates them to do their best. You can often find him checking back in with students throughout the day in the hallways, reminding students of the expectations their teachers and family have for them. In essence, he's not just a vital asset to our school, but also a heartwarming and inspirational presence. He embodies excellence and is an example that your job doesn't define you, but rather the way you harness your work to inspire and uplift others will be your legacy. Thank you very much, sir. And while they're getting the picture, we want to appreciate Mark III as our flexible benefits company, and they support financially these gifts every 3 months as well. So. Now you can go have dinner. All right, next up, I'd like to bring forth Deanna Leak from Murray Middle School and Natalie Soko. We can give her a hand. This is Miss Soko's 20th year at Murray Middle School as a special education TA. That alone leads to a round of applause, folks. She works in small groups with students to help them with their assignments and their testing. She is knowledgeable in many areas and shares her knowledge with her students that she works with. Ms. Soko is trusted by the students as she develops relationships with them and gets to know them as people. This is all about her caring for her students that she works with, and many students, when in crisis, feel comfortable talking with her because she's earned their trust and shows them compassion. Ms. Soko's presence in the building and her work in many areas help build relationships within the school environment, and her dedication to the students have kept her as a longtime employee of New Hanover County Schools, which is a better district thanks to people like you. So congratulations. Thank you.
All right, next up we have our student voice. First off, let's give everybody one more round of applause. We have a lot to be proud of with our school system, that's for sure. At this point, speaking of being proud, we are proud of our student voice. Participants, would they come forward at this time, please? Welcome. Welcome.
Good evening, board members. My name is Logan Tamadam from Isaac Bear Early College.
My name is Maya Roseborough from Isaac Bear Early College.
I'm Lillian Rempel from New Hanover High School.
Good evening. My name is Krish Mishra from John T. Hoggard High School.
We are here today to discuss the importance of AIG coordinators. But let me first start by expressing our approval and appreciation for your current method of fund dispersal that has been upheld by all of you. From what has been made publicly available, it is evident that the quality of the instructional programs offered to students is of utmost importance to this board, as it should be. In addition, it is clear that you all recognize that at the heart of a successful school system are the intelligent and passionate teachers paving their students a path to academic success. In fact, this board set aside 66% of state funds and 50% of county funds towards staff salaries just 3 years ago. However, as we stare into the face of a $20 million budget cut, we fear for the future of the quality of education in the New Hanover County public school system. More specifically, we fear losing our AIG staff members. The reason why we fear losing our AIG staff members is that according to a study conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research, AIG teachers throughout the country have increased college attendance by age 20 by 0.5%, as well as increase $135,000 in lifetime income. Despite the many positives of having AIG staff members, when the New Hanover County School Boards of Education members faced a similar financial situation in 2017, their solution was to cut many AIG staff members. We strongly suggest that we not use this method to fix this issue. We understand that corners will have to be cut, difficult decisions will have to be made, and many people will be left unhappy, but we urge you to hear us out. A school system is only as good as the students that it produces.
AIG counselors in North Carolina have a history of being critical to both the academic, social, and emotional development of students. According to a thesis published in 2023 by a scholar at UNC Charlotte, there is limited attention to meeting the needs of high school AIG students. And research from 2014 establishes that gifted students have a wide variety of educational needs, including readiness levels, interests, and motivations. AIG student support provided by counselors is proven to enhance student achievement and social and emotional development. And though this established a broad context of AIG counselors, I simply want to provide the evidence that gifted students can benefit from AIG counselors in social and emotional development beyond just academic achievement. Successes of gifted students could be jeopardized by reducing their support in schools.
Our team has conducted various interviews with our peers, gathering a wide range of data between different classes. On average, 81% of students believe that AIG counselors have positively impacted their high school career, the others saying that they have not improved from AIG. Whether it be challenging to take harder classes, offering scholarship opportunities, or even just presenting possible extracurricular activities, many students believe that AIG coordinators are a necessity to our curriculum. One high schooler even says that AIG counselors provide more guidance to students in their understanding of how to make their college application stand out more than regular counselors. Students who claim that they have not personally improved from the AIG program usually mention that there's not enough meetings to persuade them to apply for rigorous opportunities. However, some of these students also recognize that some of their disinvolvement is self-inflicted due to their lack of persistence when it comes to looking for resources presented in their weekly emails. They also acknowledge the positive impacts that AIG has on other students, one of which being the ability for students to have the proper guidance reflective of their needs.
As we stand on the cliff of a crucial decision that will shape the educational landscape for countless students, we implore you to reflect on the importance of our AIG coordinator positions and the significance of saving them. These dedicated individuals are not mere positions in our county, but architects of the academic future of our students. Our elementary and middle school AIG coordinators serve as catalysts, igniting students' passions for subjects extending past the ordinary curriculum. They foster an environment where young minds flourish, allowing them to enroll in advanced level courses and further their interests. In the high school realm, our two AIG coordinators have and continue to introduce us to an abundance of opportunities, including research programs, leadership conferences, and scholarships in a diverse range of fields. These are all integral to cultivating academic prosperity beyond the walls of a classroom. Not every student in our county benefits from AIG, as they may not be a part of the program. However, these positions at stake are crucial to the students who take advantage of the opportunities introduced to them and allow us to continue to recognize students for their talents. We acknowledge the tough decisions that lie ahead in the face of a challenging budget cut. However, we request that you consider the profound impact of saving our AIG coordinator positions. Our coordinators are essential in our educational system, and saving these positions ensures that the excellence of our students in New Hanover County continues to shine bright through this transitional period. On behalf of Student Voices, we thank you for your time and consideration.
I say it every time. Thank you so much for your, I know you guys work really hard, and to be a part of Student Voice and come and report to us, it's very, for me, I will just say very helpful to know. And I'm glad you guys are involved, and I want you to stay involved. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on all of you, coming to in the evenings to do this. But also, I like the fact that you guys are reaching out to your peers, and we see different students every month. So it is apparent that it isn't just the same kids doing the same thing. It's all of you all working together and really paying attention to the things that we're doing. You're our biggest stakeholder. And you need to hold us accountable, and provide feedback to us. So we do appreciate the effort that you're making and reaching out to your students. And I've talked to some of your other peers that have been interviewed by you, and they're just really excited to be able to give feedback. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Mr. McManus?
I just wanted to add, I don't think any administrator, particularly in a high school, would like to have those positions cut. We haven't discussed personnel yet. Thank goodness we will, I'm sure, before it's over with. But it is important, and they open a lot of channels, research a lot of opportunities, scholarships, et cetera. And I noticed you left one of the speakers that usually speaks sitting on the back row in the purple, but she told me she was going to Duke next year, and she got some financial aid. So I'm glad to see it's working. Cassidy. Don't be so quiet, Cassidy. All right. Thank you very much.
Ms. Bradford? Not yet. One more. You guys are popular. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to assure you that all of us are going to do our best to hold on to every single one of our teachers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And again, thank you so much for being here. And I know it takes a lot of bravery to get in front of all these adults. So great job, y'all. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it is my privilege to ask Ms. Amy Gavin, Teacher of the Year from the International School at Gregory, to come forth. And Piola Wyman, the Participating Learning Teacher of the Year, they will speak part of the monthly Teacher Voice. So welcome. Thank you very much for being here.
We're going to bring up our...
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Faust and board members. Thank you for welcoming us to your meeting today. My name is Amy Gavin, and I'm a third grade teacher at the International School at Gregory.
Good afternoon. I'm Paola Weyman. I'm the Spanish teacher in middle school at the International School at Gregory.
Technology. We are here today with some of our students to share with you all of the amazing things about Gregory. Gregory is a dual language immersion school where children learn both English and Spanish from kindergarten through 8th grade. Our Spanish teachers are from Spanish-speaking countries through the sponsorship of the Participate Learning Program. Our students are taught and master the same curriculum and state standards as other New Hanover County schools. Each homeroom shares a Spanish and an English teacher where they receive daily instruction in ELA, math, Spanish, science, and social studies. I'd like to introduce one of our third graders to you.
Good evening. My name is Finn Guinea,
And the reason I love the international school at Gregory is because we get to learn Spanish, and I think that's a really cool thing to do. I get an opportunity that most kids don't get if they don't go to a school at Gregory. Knowing 2 languages helps me become a stronger leader in the future. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Finn Gainey. La razón por qué me encanta la Escuela Internacional de Gregory es porque podemos aprender español y creo que es algo realmente genial. Tengo una oportunidad que la mayoría de los niños no tienen si no van a una escuela como Gregory. Saber 2 idiomas me ayuda a convertirme en el líder más fuerte en el futuro.
Gracias.
I am a participant learning ambassador teacher from Argentina. I am one of the international teachers at our school. There are teachers from Colombia, Chile, Mexico, Cuba, and many other Latin American countries. We teach our language, but we also share our culture with the kids. Hispanic Heritage Month is a very important event at our school. Teachers share their traditions, music, and dances. Kids also have the possibility of sharing their Hispanic heritage at that event. Chinese New Year is another event that we love to celebrate at our school. Black History Night at our school is an event where we come together to honor and celebrate the rich heritage, achievements, and contributions of Black individuals and communities. Continue. At our school, students have virtual exchanges with other schools from around the globe. These are only some examples of the exchanges we had. Only in my class, we had connected with many schools from Argentina, Morocco, Dominican Republic, and Taiwan. Our kids pay attention to what is happening around them and take actions to make the world a better place. The SDGs are part of our curriculum. Now, Sofía Boomershine is going to speak about school.
Hola, mi nombre es Sofía Boomershine y estoy en el 8º grado en la Escuela Internacional de Gregory. Me encanta estar aquí porque es una escuela pequeña y he aprendido mucho sobre diferentes culturas gracias a mis profesores internacionales. Ellos comparten sus experiencias de vida y de sus países con nosotros, lo cual hace que las clases sean muy interesantes. En estudios globales estamos explorando problemas mundiales y los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, tratando de entender cómo podemos ayudar a resolverlos. El año pasado nos centramos en la falta de agua en todo el mundo y hasta fuimos a UNC Greensboro para participar en el modelo ONU. Tuvimos conversaciones geniales en español sobre lo que están haciendo diferentes países para abordar estos problemas. Fue una experiencia increíble. Hello, I'm Sophia Boomershine, and I'm an 8th grader at the International School at Gregory. I love being here because it is a small school, and I've learned a lot about different cultures thanks to my international teachers. They share their life experiences and stories from their countries with us, making the classes very interesting. In global studies, we're exploring worldwide issues and the Sustainable Development Goals, trying to understand how we can contribute to solving them. Last year, we focused on the global water shortage, and we even went to UNC Greensboro to participate in the Model UN. We had fantastic discussions in Spanish about what different countries are doing to address these issues. It was an incredible experience.
Muy bonita.
Our kids pay attention to what is happening around them and take actions to make the world a better place. The SDGs are part of the curriculum. We took our kids to these huge events, the Model UN in Washington, D.C., in the Department of State, and UNCG, it was a Model UN completely in Spanish. We are educating future bilingual global leaders who are taking an active role to make the world a better place.
At Gregory, we focus on building amazing humans and offer opportunities for growth. We sponsor both Girls on the Run and Stride teams in the fall and spring seasons. We are also proud participants of both elementary and middle school science Olympiad teams. Our elementary JV team won second place this year, and our middle school team won first place in their event and will now compete for the state championship. Every Wednesday morning, children participate in weekly WAVE clubs to enhance their understanding of the world around them. Gregory is also proud of our service to people. We sponsor Nourish North Carolina of Wilmington through Girls on the Run, Stride, and other clubs. And we are also involved in creating a healthier earth. We currently partner with Cape Fear Community College's Landscape and Design program with the hopes of building an outdoor learning environment and garden on our campus. Once again, thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to share the International School at Gregory's progress and accomplishments. Thank you.
Don't sit down yet, because we may have some questions from the board, if you guys wouldn't mind standing up there just for a minute. First off, I want to say thank you so much. Gregory is where my children all went through school, but it is a great school, and I thank you for highlighting your school. Board members, do you have anything you'd like to share?
I wanted to just add that I wasn't able to attend, but one of your students invited us to come to the Ruby Bridges Walk Day, and I understand that that was just phenomenal and, good turnout. And so I wanted to, just speak on behalf of the young lady, who decided to email a board member and invite them, so that, and I forget her names, but I can look it up. But another nice program that you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome to visit anytime. We would
Thank
love
you
to
so
have
much.
visit.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Yep.
At this time, I'll turn it over to our superintendent, who will share his report. Dr. Faust?
Observance for March. This month, we'll be observing Women's History Month, National Reading Month, Dr. Seuss's birthday, Read Across America Week. It is truly March Madness basketball season in New Hanover County Schools, as the district has two teams competing in the Final Four of the 2024 North Carolina High School Athletic Association Basketball Championship. We have Hoggart's girls and New Hanover High School's varsity boys. The 16th ranked Lady Vikings extended their home winning streak to 11, pushing overall record to 30-1. And will take on 12th ranked Rollsville this Thursday. The number 1 ranked men's New Hanover Wildcats defeated Panther Creek in a tight game Friday night to advance this Thursday against the number 2 ranked Richmond Raiders team. New Hanover has remained undefeated after 31 games this season. The winner of these 2 games Thursday will advance to the conference championship game. We're looking forward to Vikings and Wildcat victories. New Hanover students put their best foot forward on Friday during the return of the district's annual arts showcase, Best Foot Forward. Students shined bright with each performance and highlighted the outstanding arts education program that New Hanover County offers. Allison Wine, a pre-K behavioral specialist with New Hanover County Schools, received the Smart Start 2024 Children's Championship Award. Congratulations, Allison, on this well-deserved recognition. Recently, Ashley High School held a ceremony to honor Alex Highsmith, NFL linebacker with the Pittsburgh Steelers. During the ceremony, Ashley officially retired Alex's high school jersey, number 34. Alex is the son of 2 New Hanover County school educators. Mom, Pat Highsmith, is a math teacher at Ashley, and Dad, Sam Highsmith, is a retired New Hanover County Schools principal. Congratulations to the Highsmith family. International School at Gregory, special ed teacher Devin Pierce is the 2024 Rookie of the Year. Congratulations. The announcement came during a lunch banquet at the Wilmington Rotary Club, February 13th, where Devin and 4 other finalists each shared how proud they are to be a New Hanover County Schools teacher who empowered students to learn, grow, and recognize their worth and potential. Congratulations to Devin and all the finalists for being shining examples of excellence. Spring is on the horizon. New Hanover County School Spring Break will be held this year, February 1st through the 5th. I hope all students and staff will have a safe and enjoyable spring break. And just for an update, I know that a lot of you have been asking and talking about budget, and we're going to continue talking about budget. Each year, we do go through this process. If you go back all the way to 2021, 2022, 2023, we've had the conversations. There's no mismanagement. Our county does provide a substantial amount of funds for us in the tune of somewhere around $94 million. We have to provide $7 million of those dollars around $7 million to our charter schools. $24 million of that goes to teacher supplements, and the rest is what we do. We have to go back, and I can direct you back to the May 6, 2022 board meeting, and we outlined what we needed to do and what we had to do. We shared at that time, it was a little over 260 some positions that we needed to cut in order to make it. And so that's where we are at this point. I understand this is probably the hardest time of the year for us. And the budget team, the departments, I want to say first, thank you, because I know it has not been an easy 2-3 months that we've been dealing with, the multiple budget meetings that you've been talking about, having to go through and look at budgets, relook at your budgets. But folks, this is where we are. And we've been actually holding it for about 2 years. And at this point, we can't hold it any longer, that we can't support. Our budget will not allow us to support it. And we've had conversations. I know some of you know the results of that conversation, but we've had those conversations. And it is not that we are not trying. We are trying, but it doesn't work. Our revenue changed, and the state provided increases, and it became very costly. And so we are here at this crossroads, but we will be continuing to have budget conversations. There are more that will be coming up this month, and we will have more conversations. We are actually going to be pushing this out as far as we can. As we said, we will be looking at the natural attrition. So we'll look at the end of March. We've already shared with our county that we would be looking at the latest possible coming to speak with them before we present a full budget. So that's where we are. There's no more that we can do when it comes to, and I'm looking at our CFO, there's no more that we can do in an effort to put forth the revenue. There's no more. And so I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that. But you can also go back and look at the May 6, 2022 board meeting that is on YouTube. And we actually outlined it at that meeting, actually everything that actually is now happening, we said it. So that's where I would direct you and direct all of you, or your questions would be answered in that meeting. So thank you again. That's my comments.
All right, next we have the chairman's report, and a lot of it's going to copy what Dr. Faust has already said. Best Foot Forward, I was able to attend that last week, and we started out with the Murrayville Elementary steel drum performance, and all I can say is wow, 30-plus students playing the steel drums. It was unbelievable. Ending with the Theater for All's performance, again, a wonderful performance, and all the outstanding performances in between. It was just a wonderful, wonderful show. I would highly recommend that for next year, anyone who is able to attend that, it is a great time, great show. It shows the true talent, one of the many talents that our students have. I was excited to meet with Senator Lee this morning, with fellow board members, and also the staff there, parents. It was a great meeting. I was talking about the devices that the pre-K students have to help them in their reading. We have some documentation that we were given that shows how much of a growth it is with those devices. We also heard how much they prefer those devices over a regular iPad because of the safety feature. They are not hooked into the internet. So it was a great time. We do value Senator Lee's hard work and dedication to New Hanover County Schools, helping us out any way he can. Multiple meetings with our partners, the county commissioners, working together to support our students and staff and find responsible ways to move ahead with our budget. And part of that is thinking outside the box. Congratulations and thank you to everyone who took the time and effort to run for office in the recent election, and congratulations to those who will be moving on to the general election. Great and profitable meeting with the members of senior staff, Cape Fear Community College and board to better enable and understand ways to serve our dual-enrolled Cape Fear Community College and New Hanover County students. So I thank you for all your hard work in that. Congratulations going out to the Battle of the Books participants and winners. Congratulations going out to our New Hanover County Schools Bob champion. Bob is Battle of the Books champions, Bradley Creek Elementary. Bradley Creek will represent us in the regionals in Wayne County on April 19th, 2024. Way to go, Dolphins. Also, congratulations to second place Porter's Neck Elementary and third place Bellamy Elementary and all of the competitors. They had a fantastic battle. As Dr. Faust mentioned, a great time we had celebrating the Rookies of the Year. New Hanover County Schools named Devin Pierce, third-year special education teacher at the International School of Gregory, its 2024 Rookie of the Year. But congratulations going out to all of the Rookies of the Year. And finally, as Dr. Faust mentioned, congratulations going out to the Hoggard Viking girls basketball team as they continue through the playoffs, as well as the New Hanover High School boys basketball team as they continue to play and win and stay undefeated. So go Vikings and go Wildcats. Best of luck in the future to both of those teams. Again, go out there and support them. That ends my report, and at this time we will move on to our call to audience. Ms. Mason.
All right, you know the drill. We'll start with Angie Caney.
Greetings. With brand new victims coming forward and a brand new case in the aftermath of decades of sexual abuse, the school board follows their same playbook. Sadly, the board has chosen not to address this situation at all and have taken a step backwards because the same federal law that protects minors from sexual assault also protects LGBTQ students, and we can't have that. So they have attacked SEL and cut proactive prevention programs first, managed to drive away our Title IX coordinator, who's a legal expert in the field, and dismantled the Title IX committee at a pretty crucial time when they're under the confines of a settlement where they agreed to do just the opposite. A committee has significant influence over policies and procedures which govern our school and should make them safer. Not here. Safety is a topic that doesn't seem to be prioritized on strategic plans and campaign slogans, and politics has successfully blocked the work of both EDI and Title IX, despite some incredible advocates. The fact that some of you put your own children at risk to carry out your politics and play Russian roulette with our kids is frightening. Let's also address the fact that politics prompted you to sign a contract with a law firm that clearly cannot manage the train wreck that is New Hanover County Schools. Vogel doesn't have the staff, the experience, or the expertise, but what they do have is a political agenda that aligns with the majority of you. Meanwhile, they're distracted by their own sidebar legal troubles with the sinks, and we are forced to seek out other forms to manage the work they're not doing, thus costing taxpayers more money to defend corruption, but budget. I look forward to Mr. Vogel and the board being held accountable to hearing updated, complete data with regard to Title IX presented to the public and not behind closed doors. I'm also requesting a follow-up to the horrifying data from the Title IX surveys that proves our schools are unsafe. It's doubtful we'll see this data because you seem to not want to change the culture that accepts sexual assault as a norm and holds predators accountable. It's not your priority now.
Thank you, Ms. Caney.
But it will be.
Dr. Jamie Pond.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Faust. I'm speaking tonight because of your recent passing of Section Z of Policy 7205. Not only is this policy unconstitutional since race and sex are protected classes in the U.S. Constitution, but this policy is an attempt to silence and censor discussions related to race and sex in the classroom. As such, this policy tells teachers that they cannot talk about these topics because students might be uncomfortable, and teachers could be accused of attempting to compel students to have certain beliefs. When students are not provided the opportunity to have conversations about our past related to race and gender, they cannot learn from this past. In addition, when students are not encouraged to have open conversations about these topics and what happened in the past, we're neglecting to prepare them for the real world and interacting with people who are different. I want my daughter and her peers to know about our country's past, the good and the bad. I want her to have teachers who can feel free to teach fact-based history that includes conversations about differences. I teach college-age students, and I teach classes that are specifically on social inequality. And my students regularly ask me, how did we not learn about these issues when we were younger? Policies like this is how students come to college unprepared and unaware of history. In addition, when we eliminate discussions, our kids are unprepared to work with people who are different, which can cost companies when their employees discriminate against clients, customers, and/or coworkers. If we want our kids to learn to understand each other, they should have a place to discuss our history, and one of these places, the best places I can think of, is in the classroom. James Baldwin has stated that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing that can be changed nothing can be changed until it is faced. Please revise this policy so that teachers know that they can talk about gender and race.
Thank you, Dr. Bond. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Peter Rowich.
Last year, there were 13 serious violations of the Code of Student Conduct by kindergarten, first, and second grade students. So why were there 71 K-2 out-of-school suspensions? And this year so far, there have also been 13 serious violations by K-2 students. So why have there been 62 K-2 out-of-school suspensions? Policy 4351 says minor violations are not cause for out-of-school suspensions. Why were all of those young learners kicked out of school? The chart I emailed you and present here shows that short-term suspension policy 4351 is not being followed, and it doesn't have to be that way. Love Our Children's proposed revision for policy 4351 would give parents the right to ask questions and get more information before their child is suspended. Currently, parents do not have that right. The current policy allows the principal to make a phone call, and one of the questions a parent can ask the principal is, was my child's behavior a minor violation or a serious violation? If it's a minor violation, the policy says school administrators will utilize positive behavior support alternatives. We hope, Love Our Children hopes, that the policy committee members accept our invitation to meet with you individually and to review policy 4351. Thank you.
Leslie Posey.
Good evening. There are a number of people in this room who consider themselves biblical literasts. Given this, I would like you to consider a couple of passages from Matthew. I have had to shorten them for time. Matthew 6, "And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by men. I tell you the truth, they have received their reward in full." Also, Matthew 25, "When the Son of Man comes in his glory, he will separate the people one from another. He will say to those on his right, 'Come, you who are blessed by my Father, For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick and in prison, and you came to visit me. And the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see you thus and do all these things? And the king will reply, truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Then he will say to those on his left, depart from me, you who are cursed, for I was hungry and you did not feed me. I was thirsty and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger and you did not welcome me. I was naked and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison and you did not visit me. They also will answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked or sick or in prison and did not help you? And he will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. And then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. So if you're going to take these passages literally, it seems to me that God is not looking for the person who prays the loudest or who can say, oh Lord, the most in 2 minutes, but for the people who care for the least among us. And that especially includes the children.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Veronica McLaurin-Brown.
Love Our Children is pleased to learn that the Policy Committee will review short-term suspension policy 4351 at their next Tuesday meeting. However, we are concerned that the committee will only spend about 20 minutes discussing a policy that we have studied for 3 years. And that's why we have offered to meet with each member of the Policy Committee individually. We can share the data that shows that kindergarten, first grade, and second grade students continue to be kicked out of school for minor offenses, a clear violation of Policy 4351. We can discuss the entire policy with you, including the parts that read, the initial notice may be by telephone, but it must be followed by a timely written notice. And we would like to explain our proposed revision. It only applies to students in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. It involves one phone call before a principal determines if an out-of-school suspension is appropriate. It gives parents the opportunity to ask questions and get more information before their child is suspended. It gives a parent the right to be present, but does not mandate their presence. It maintains the principal's authority to suspend, and it helps you replace some of that $20 million that you're concerned about because it costs $0 to implement. Our revision celebrates parental involvement and prevents the needless trauma of our youngest learners. Love Our Children, North Carolina hopes that all the board members will accept our invitation to have a one-on-one chat. We are crossing our fingers and sending up a gigantic prayer that you are all in.
Thank you. Jan Landis.
One phone call, just one phone call, can make the difference between a 5, 6, or 7-year-old getting kicked out of school or staying in school to continue their learning. Right now, Policy 4351 allows principals 2 days to notify a parent if a suspension is being imposed on their child. Please revise Policy 4351 to allow principals the same 2-day period to speak to a parent before a determination is made for an out-of-school suspension. The parent can get information about their child's behavior and then ask 3 important questions. Which positive behavior support alternatives have been used with my child? Is the out-of-school suspension being used as a last resort? Are there any other positive behavior support alternatives that could be tried? The principal still has the final say as to whether or not the child is suspended. The only difference between the current policy and Love Our Children's proposal is when that one phone call is made. We believe parents deserve the right to talk to the principal before their child is suspended. We hope the policy committee members accept Love Our Children's invitation to meet with them individually and review our proposal. Let's write the rest of this story together.
Lindsay Phillips.
Good evening. According to economist Dr. Isaac Opper, research has shown that among school-related factors, teachers matter most. When it comes to student performance on reading and math tests, teachers are estimated to have 2 to 3 times the effect of any other school factor, including services, facilities, and even leadership. I see this every single day at my children's school. It's not central office or the principal that makes it happen. It's the teacher. So depleting the teachers of valuable support and overcrowding their classes even more by these proposed cuts will obviously have a negative impact on student success. I recognize that budgeting is challenging. I'm aware of the blocks at the state level and the discussions with the county commissioners, but what I cannot seem to wrap my mind around is the complete inability for this board and district to work within its own means to figure out somewhat of a solution before cutting 90 teaching positions. For starters, in 2014, the state took away longevity pay for teachers. School districts were allowed to allot their own money to make up for it. On page 18 of the New Hanover County School Staff Handbook, it states those percentages. However, longevity is not being paid to teachers or anyone in central office who is paid at a teacher's salary. That being the majority of instructional specialists, curriculum specialists, and support staff housed at central office. But it is being paid to everyone at the district level who is on SA pay or above. For some staff, that's $5K extra a year. When we are facing a loss as great as this, why is someone who's making 2.5 times what the average teacher makes is just being gifted an extra $5K? It's no secret New Hanover County Schools is super top heavy with EDs, ADs, senior staff, supervisors making up roughly 80 positions. That's a lot of longevity pay. I cannot imagine the impact that extra money would have on staffing, on student success. Dr. Barnes has often referred to
Ms.
cuts.
Phillips. Your time is up.
Thank you.
David Perry.
I always have to put this up. Hi, if you don't know me, I'm David Perry, and I'm running for the school board. And before I start, I just wanted to thank all the over 12,000 people that voted for me last Tuesday. It was unexpected and awe-inspiring. Thank you. But one of the things over in the campaign, during the campaign trail, I was talking to people, not just Republicans, but unaffiliated folks and Democrats alike. And they just want their kids to get a great and awesome education. And we can differ on a lot of different things, but one thing that we know for sure, and we know from COVID, is that when our kids are not going to school, they're not learning. And I'm with these people here, Love Our Children. When it comes to our suspension policy, 4351, it needs a complete and utter rehaul. You know, most of these cases could be handled by a good and well-maintained in-school suspension program. I believe that's true. These people have been at it for 3 freaking years, and all they've managed to do is get a K through 2, you know, out of suspension policy added to 4351. That's not even being implemented and being ignored. And I've seen the statistic that different schools are different, is not uniform. You know, our out-of-school suspensions across this. We need a complete rehaul. So therefore, tonight, I would suggest that we ditch the policy meeting on this topic, and instead, let's have an all-day workshop on a Saturday so that everybody can come in, representatives from them, bring in our principals, bring in our teachers, bring in the students, and we've got really smart people in this school district, and let's get it like a congressional hearing where we hear from them and there's some back and forth so that we can do a total rehaul of this policy. You know, we can't give up on our kids. Boy, if they gave up on me on every mistake I've made, I'd be a millionaire right now. But We have to. We have to stick by our kids. Thank you.
Michelle Lawson.
Good evening, and thank you for your time hearing me out tonight. I know that our number one priority is student safety. This year, CTEC High School was singled out, and school hours were pushed back with just a few days' notice. Because of this decision, my little 75-pound, 4'11" child is walking home alone in the dark. That cannot happen next year. I need your help keeping all students safe. You have already heard from other CTEC staff and parents, and a student who spends 11 hours a day commuting spoke to you last month. So you already know the ripple effect that this schedule change has caused. The schedule change has not only negatively impacted student safety, but also student participation in sports, extracurricular activities, clubs, enrollment in driver's ed classes, availability for after-school employment, which is different than all of their other New Hanover County student peers, and the schedule change has now limited student ability to enroll in their previously scheduled classes at Cape Fear Community College. Put simply and straightforward, we have many reasons, including safety, why we need school hours at CTEC returned to 9 to 4. Thank you.
Loretta Stackhouse.
Good evening. Until August 2022, kindergartners, first and second grade children could receive an out-of-school suspension for the following minor violations of the Code of Student Conduct: harassment, aggressive behavior, insubordination, theft, bus misbehavior, property damage, inappropriate items on school property, disruptive behavior, bullying, being in an unauthorized area, leaving the classroom without permission, leaving the school without permission, and inappropriate behavior. The revised policy 4351 went into effect last year so that kindergartners, first and second grade kids would not receive out-of-school suspension for those reasons. Instead, they would receive a positive behavior support alternative. But that didn't happen. Last year, there was 58 K-2 suspensions in violation of the policy, including 3 for showing disrespect, and 1 for insubordination, and 1 for excessive display of affection. 82% of the K-2 out-of-school suspensions violated the policy. Well, okay, it was only the first year of implementation. Let's look at the data for this school year. As of last month, there has been 49 K-2 suspensions in violation of Policy 4351, including 10 for showing disrespect, and 1 for insubordination, and 1 for leaving the classroom without permission. That is 79% in violation of the policy. How can we get this policy implemented and administered properly? Love our children, would like to
Thank you, Ms.
sit and
Stackhouse. Your
discuss
time
the
is
data
up.
with you. Thank you.
Judy Justice.
Hello. Notice no paper? Changed my focus when I heard Dr. Faust's superintendent's report. His statement, there's nothing you can do about the situation with our budget. I was on that board longer than anyone up there. I have worked in administrations in other school districts and put budgets together. I have worked with county commissioners in other districts. There is a lot that can be done and should have been done since he took office, or excuse me, he was hired. I worked with Dr. Markley. I worked with a budget director that was amazing. Neither one of them are here right now. You have county commissioners you can work with. It is their responsibility to make sure we have the money, that $20 million, we have it in this district. We're a wealthy district. We have a ton of money left over, not left over, it hasn't even hardly been touched, from the hospital sale. Not just the $1.2 billion, but also the $333 million that was promised to us when that hospital was sold. And I don't see any of you trying to do it. The last meeting you had with the county commissioners, they came out of that meeting saying, they didn't ask for anything. That's your job. That's his job. He's not supposed to agree that we spend too much money. What he did was when I was on the last year of the board, he actually said that the county commissioners spent too much money, and I've got it on video, I can look it up, and you guys can too, spent too much money in our schools. Our state is strangling our public schools, and the only place the money can come from is from the counties. We are blessed in this county. We have resources beyond belief, and it's you guys' job to find that money. And it's that superintendent's job to work to get it. Thank you.
Alicia Ogundelli. Alicia Ogundelli.
Excuse me, yeah.
Good evening. Short-term suspension policy 4351 includes several things students can do when they receive suspension. For example, they can take textbooks home and receive their missed assignments. They can also take their exams they missed. The policy also includes some things the students can't do. For example, the student has the right to be present at the informal hearing, but does not have the right to have a parent or other representatives present. And a student is not entitled to appeal the principal's decision in the imposed short-term suspension to either the superintendent or the board unless appealable or other basis. In other words, currently, a parent can't talk to the principal before the principal makes the decision to suspend their child, and a parent can't appeal the principal's decision. Okay, the policy doesn't actually say a parent, it says student. A student is not entitled to appeal a principal's decision. But does that sound like a policy written for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds' minds to comprehend? That's why it's important to give our K-2 parents the right to a phone call from a principal before their child is suspended so they can ask the questions and get more information. Talk to Love Our Children and revise the policy 4351. Thank you.
Christina Mercier.
I know that you cannot wish millions of dollars into a budget to magically cover deficits and that the state has cut education funding and refuses to release Leandro funds. But I also know that you haven't been the best advocates for the needs of the school system and have been reluctant to give the county commissioners the full picture of the impacts of a budget shortfall. I'm concerned about the position cuts for next year. You're cutting MTSS coordinators, which means all the paperwork and tracking for that will fall on the classroom teacher. You're cutting many of the AIG teachers. That means the differentiation will fall to classroom teachers. As well, you are making many cuts to the EC program, and IEPs are being changed to what the school can provide versus what the student actually needs. Without EC support, that means that differentiation also falls on the classroom teacher. When is the workload too much? I'll say you're going to find out quickly that one teacher cannot do the job of 5 to 6 people and also actually teach. And the Family Life program is also targeted. This program has existed for decades and has provided up-to-date, accurate, and age-appropriate information for 5th graders and middle schoolers about their bodies and their development. Now the idea is to let 5th grade teachers and PE teachers handle this curriculum. Again, this would turn over responsibility to classroom teachers who have not been trained to specifically cover human development. Knowledge is power, and the Family Life curriculum is the best defense against being sexually groomed. fund. And perhaps one of the most disturbing cuts is the cut to school social workers. These are highly educated individuals who are trained to recognize child abuse. They are trained to manage multiple crises, and they are present in the communities. But they are being replaced by communities and schools employees who are well-meaning, but who lack the education and training of social workers. Sounds like a perfect setup for students to continue to be victimized. Why do I care more about funding than you do? I've spoken about this for over a year, and you guys are just now getting concerned. Push for more funding and do better.
Natasha, too.
Good evening. I'm Natasha Tu, and I'm running to serve on that board, those seats that you're sitting in. Our budget is facing a $20 million shortfall. Over 250 positions are on the chopping block, 90 of those which are our educators. Our students are failing academically, with almost half of not proficient at reading and staggering 60% not proficient at Math 1. As a result of the ineffective and racist restorative justice policies that have been introduced and enacted over the past few years, our schools have become a battleground for our kids. If you don't believe it, go watch my Twitter feed. I've posted plenty of videos there to prove it. Because they feel unsafe, unsupported, and underpaid, many of our teachers are considering leaving or have already left. Despite all of this, and notwithstanding the repeated requests for building upgrades and required maintenance that have not yet been addressed, which has left some of our schoolhouses structurally unsafe, this superintendent feels it's completely acceptable for him to rent the large, luxurious SUV on his training expeditions and change his flights at the last minute, incurring large fees at our expense with his $100,000 plus contracted salary differential after a $250,000 annual salary. Let's consider the following. Dr. Faust has 7 employees under his purview, collectively making over $800,000. That's a 13 and a half employees making $60,000 a year, just letting you know. Dr. Faison oversees the instructional and academic accountability department of 7 who collectively make $812,000 a year. That's another 13 and a half employees at $60,000 a year. The chief DEI officer with his HR salary of almost $118,000 a year, why, that's a total of $1.743 million a year. With that $60,000 a year, that's a salary of 29 teachers' salaries.
Thank you. Your time is up. Katie Gates.
Good evening, Board. Last month, I mentioned 34 administrative staff are paid over $100,000 a year, while the highest paid handful of lead teachers might make $70,000 each. Salary inequity between admin and incredibly important student-facing staff is a problem. Collectively, these 34 admin staff make $3,992,000. Interesting thing is, since last month, I discovered that 8 employees in the superintendent's office received contracted salary differentials in addition to their already high wages. These range from $16,000 to about $100,000 per employee. Think of $16,000 paying half a teacher's salary, or you could pay 2 teachers with Dr. Faust's salary differential. As you try and cut $20 million from the budget, please consider cutting the salary differential, multiple admin positions, and reduce the remainder of the admin salaries. Also, regarding the budget, how did all that planning for the newcomers school and the elimination of the Mosley School of Career Readiness get funded over the last 3 years? How many hours were spent on that planning done without board awareness or consent? This county has also received $94 million of federal aid through ESSER 1 through 3 funds. Instead of investing in building infrastructure, expansion, and in academic success, Dr. Faust, who presides over the budget, hired people for positions whose salaries were going to be unsustainable past the 3-year mark. And now here we are in a pickle having to let so many go. This is unfortunate. Margaret Thatcher once said, "The trouble with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money." Cut program extras like DEI and SEL, put a stay on hiring consulting firms, Please don't beg for money from the commissioners and state when it's Dr. Faust's fiscal mismanagement of the county and ESSER funds that is the root issue. I request an audit for the budget. Thank you.
Linda Higgins.
Hello, school board members. I'm here today to discuss the budget woes. I have followed closely your plan to deal with this $2 million hole, and I have to say that you are not being logical in your plans at all. First, you need more money, and you are not in a position to create money or raise taxes. That means that getting money from one of your 4 possible funding sources, federal, state, county, or the endowment. I hope you have been on the phone daily, emailing daily, meeting in person regularly, and begging from all 3 of these sources. I will give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you understand your job and have been doing it. As you look at cuts, you seem to think that half the cuts can be sustained by your exceptional children who are either gifted or have learning disabilities. This population is not going away. In fact, it's the one population that will not go to private or charter schools because they cannot get what they need. Regardless of your budget, you are mandated to educate these children. If you tell parents their children have magically become so good that they no longer need services as you do their IEPs, the truth is they will still need services, and you will be setting yourselves up for failure. Parents of exceptional children are exceptional at fighting for their children. If we have to fight, we will. And you will need lawyers as well as EC.
Thank you. Your time is up. Sandy Isles.
I originally planned to talk about budget cuts, about how Dr. Faust wants to cut 160 student-facing positions, more than half of them coming from special education. Dr. Faust, you should look at us. I was going to talk about how the community is fed up with Dr. Faust for refusing to ask our county for more funding. I was going to talk about the necessity of presenting multiple budgets to the county, including one that would save every staff position set for the chopping block. But I'm not going to talk about that. Instead, I'm going to tell you what happened to my daughter. Yesterday, she told me that her male classmate has been harassing her for a couple of weeks about her sexuality. And yesterday, that male classmate told her that every single LGBTQIA person should die in a well or kill themselves, and that everyone who is not heterosexual should die. Why do you think that child felt emboldened to speak in such a hateful and violent way to my daughter? Could it be because, Ms. Bradford, you called a transgender student a thing last year? Could it be because Ms. Bradford, Ms. Barnhart, Ms. Mason, and Mr. Wildeboer have passed policies that are a direct attack on LGBTQ students? Stop smirking. I hold you accountable for this because you set the tone for our schools. Own the culture that you created. Pat Bradford, look me in the eye and tell me that I am a bad parent. Melissa Mason, look me in the eye and tell me my child does not deserve a safe place to learn. And Pete Wildeboer, look me in the eye. Tell me that my daughter deserved to be told that she should die in a well and kill herself. You did this. Your hate put my child in danger, and that is the most heinous of acts. That is your legacy.
Douglas Henry. Doug Henry.
morning. Good afternoon, school board members. First off, I'd like to say what I say doesn't go in vain in the name of Jesus Christ. Walk the walk. 1 Timothy 4:10. In fact, this is why we work hard and struggle, because we have set our hope on the living God, who is the Savior of all people, especially the believers. This is how we should set our examples to our children in the Word, meaning conversation, conduct or behavior, in love, which is the love of God, in spirit, the attitude or the power of the Holy Spirit, in faith, meaning trusting in God, in purity, both in sexual matters and in thoughts. We please God when our walk matches our talk.
Yolanda Hernandez. Yolanda Hernandez. Okay. Chris Sutton. Oh, there he is.
Budget conversation matters more than anything right now. However, there was a public records request for email that contained 2 forwarded emails that were in opposition to the newcomer school. These emails were sent from Dr. Faust to the New Hanover County Chief Diversity and Equity Officer. One of those emails was only a few sentences long, yet the name and email address were redacted from the public's view. Why would their identity be redacted from the public yet be divulged to someone who is not a district employee? The other email was from someone who talked at call to audience numerous times and has been consistently critical of the superintendent. Her email to the board was forwarded by the superintendent to the county equity officer, and at the bottom of the email, it included the name of her company that she works for. The equity officer responded to Dr. Faust's email, wonder what, included the name of the company that she works for, would say, and posted a link to the company's website. Less than 2 minutes after that email was sent, the county equity officer emailed Dr. Faust asking, are your emails public record? I don't know if Faust called her or responded in a manner that isn't discoverable via public record, but we didn't see a response. Questions that came from this. Why was the one email redacted? Is it appropriate? Why was this email forwarded to the county equity officer? Was it a government employee or someone who may be retaliated against for their stance? Multiple emails in the PRR included the above-mentioned emails that didn't include the recipients at the top. So we don't know who all those emails may have been forwarded to. Did the superintendent forward them to other people as well? Is this the new status quo? If the superintendent disagrees with the stance taken by a community member, will he forward their email to someone outside the district who may intentionally seek to cause employment problems for them? If nothing wrong was done, please publicly explain why the one email was redacted and why it was necessary for the person in her position to have access to that info when it was sensitive enough to block the public. Shouldn't matter where you stand on the newcomer school. Wrong is wrong, and this situation doesn't suffice. Thank you.
Donna Gargett.
As an advocate and a parent, I'm extremely concerned about the budget. It is clear to me that the board has no interest in closing the educational gap for students receiving special education services. A potential loss of 17 exceptional children teachers, 69 exceptional children assistants, and the further decline of adequate speech, language, occupational, and physical therapists would be devastating to the students receiving special education services. Maybe the board needs a reminder that the IEP is a legal document, and that means creating a plan that is need-based. I'm tired of seeing IEPs that limited services to 10 minutes for speech therapy. Teachers don't know how to put these plans together with the tools they're given. At the very least, we need supportive adults to reach their educational needs. These are the very adults that seem to be expendable. When I ask my daughters who their supportive adults are at school, it's always the teacher's assistants. They are the staff that sit side by side to slow the process down to provide clarity, but more importantly, they are the staff that believe in our students, and that is irreplaceable. My other daughter treasures her school counselor, so much so she wants her to move with her to high school next year. These are some of the supportive adults that children have, just that one adult. Our teachers and support staff are not line items, and if you have to give weight to each category, shouldn't we be spending more on the students that need it the most? But it takes more one-on-one support to really reach these children. Dyslexia affects 1 in 5 people, and it is the most solvable problem of our time. Yet schools overlook the science of reading that helps all students become strong readers. Reading is a right, and I challenge everyone to come out to the Resiliency Day at the Cameron this Saturday to watch the documentary Right to Read. Teachers have the power to ignite a lifelong love of learning, and that is why we need a supportive budget, so our dedicated teachers and support staff
Thank you, Ms.
can be
Gregory.
that
Time is
guiding
up.
light. Thank you.
Barbara Garrow?
The last time the policy committee discussed the short-term suspension policy 4351, it was like a bad dream. The discussion centered around whether a parent of a kindergartner through 12th grade student should be present at any meeting or appeal. Because each traditional high school has between 100 and 200 out-of-school suspensions each year, it would be difficult for a principal to coordinate so many meetings. But that discussion had nothing to do with Love Our Children's proposal. Our proposal only impacts kindergarten, first, and second grade students with serious violations to the student code of conduct. That's about 13 students a year. It gives a principal 2 days to contact a parent by phone. That's in the current policy. Most importantly, it gives parents the right to ask questions, get more information before their child is suspended. And the principal still has the final say as to whether the child is suspended. And don't worry about a parent abusing the revised policy. It currently states that a suspension needs not be delayed by a request for a conference. We hope the policy members accept our invitation to meet with them and review our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Noel?
Good evening. Education has always been a constant in my life. My fondest memories are of meandering through library stacks, sliding my finger along slippery plastic spines until one caught me, captivating my imagination as I devoured the book jackets, slowly sitting in the middle of the aisle, grabbing treasure after treasure until my pile was almost too heavy to carry. Time didn't exist, just me, words, the crinkling of book covers, and that smell. I love to learn, and it's a love for the ages. Every child deserves the space to know this love. For our AIG students, this love often just is a default setting. And like every child, our AIG students deserve the chance to nurture that love and watch it grow. Last year was our first year here, and because we had homeschooled for 2 years, my then fourth grader's first year in the AIG was my fourth grader's first year in the AIG program. And he has thrived, extended his learning, and challenged his thinking both during and outside of the school day. Yet, once again, AIG coordinators are on the chopping block with a proposed 14 of 35 position cuts, a 40% decrease. Although he couldn't be here today, I asked my fifth grader why he values his AIG coordinator. He immediately responded with this: "For many kids, AIG is the main way that we are challenged in our learning. It's where we get to go beyond to keep learning. If we didn't have a chance to be challenged, school would be pointless and boring and nothing." What will these proposed cuts mean for these students? AIG students, like all students, need to be nurtured. For many of our AIG students, the at-school AIG program is the primary way that they are exposed in a supportive environment to the rigor that enables them to access that challenge and grow that love. A love that will be a constant in their lives, a love for the ages. And that's the beautiful thing about public education, isn't it? It's the only form of education that ensures access
Thank you, Ms.
to
Dahl. Your
all
time is
students
up.
of all abilities,
Thank
no
you.
matter what.
Your time is up. Jim Nesbitt. Jim Nesbitt. And William Best.
William Best.
William Best.
William Best. Best, can you come up? Yes, sir.
Board members, I'm here on a different situation because I was born and raised right here in this town. I remember when this place right here was a gymnasium, the Lake Forest Junior High School. I played in here. I refereed ball games in here. You've got two members of the board that I've known for many years on the court, but I've seen so much racial things going on in these schools. The kids, sports keeps kids in school. Coach Leon Brogdon, that was one of his best things, him and Coach Davis. Keep the kids in athletics and they'll stay in school. And I saw it happen. But right now, I'm seeing so much disagreement. You honored one here tonight that should not have been, he just been nominated to the North Carolina Hall of Fame. Your superintendent, your recreation director for the schools. He's never done anything for this county. He's never done anything as far as I know. Him and Roy Turner, who was one of the school administrators. They've just been nominated for the North Carolina High School Hall of Fame. And you've got two sitting right there on that board, needs to be in there before them two. And me, I've been in it 68 years. I started when I got out of high school, officiating high school, softball, college sports, recreation ball, and I've done it all my life. But one of your ADs in this county nominated those two because he knows this will be the last Hall of Fame banquet in North Carolina. When the State Board of Education takes over the Athletic Association in July, there will be no more high school sports hardly in North Carolina. Everything's going to travel ball. And I'm objecting to your AD nominating these two. Because I know, I've known one of them since he was coaching at Dudley High School. I refereed ball games with him in Greensboro. I've been all over this state.
Your time is up.
And I want to see some of these ones like
Mr. Best,
Bobby
your time is
Moore,
up.
Keith Moore, all these
Mr. Best,
other
your
ones
time's up, sir.
come in, get nominated, and go in there. Okay.
That concludes call to audience.
Yes.
All right, we are at 57 by the clock here, so please come on back, board members. We'll go ahead and start it back up. That's low, thank you. All right. If everyone would take their seats, please. I appreciate that. Board members, just a point of clarification before we start back up. On the consensus items, there has been an update to, where is it? I had it. Letter K. Letter K. There's been an update, so please renew your. Refresh, that's the word I was looking for, thank you. Not renew, refresh.
When was the update, just minutes ago?
Yep. So if you refresh, that would be great. And we'll carry on with our consensus items. We will be pulling consensus item consensus item G off, which is the partnership articulation agreement between New Hanover County Schools and Cape Fear Community College. I did want to give you a quick update on that, and we will be pulling that off because we have a board member that actually works for them. I met with Cape Fear Community College.
Can we pull off, while we're at that level?
Sure.
I need to pull off N.
N, okay, we got
Okay.
J, K, and N. All right.
I also like, okay, thank you.
Okay, J, G, so we have G, K, and N, right? Okay. G is right, yeah, yes, okay. So I did meet with Cape Fear Community College. We had senior staff in attendance. We also had folks from Cape Fear Community College. We had some board questions. I'll run through those very quickly. Tutoring available at Cape Fear Community College was asked by one board member. Yes, it is. Cape Fear will, they will be able to be used in that fashion. First off, I want to thank members of senior staff and board members that were at that meeting. Drop students with C, that is not what we're doing. They will be supported but not dropped. Power School access for Cape Fear Community College career coaches, yes, that will be able to be done. And okay, they got that one there. Athletic directors, counselors, etc. will have extra supports so that we will not have a situation where a student athlete grades go down to the point where they are ineligible. So a lot of the questions that were raised to me were brought forth. So at this point, what I would like to, I'll make a motion we accept or approve consensus items with the exception of G, K, and N.
Second.
First and second, any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. Let's go ahead and tackle G next. Again, I just shared some information. It was a very, very positive meeting. Dr. Faison, Ms. Varnum were there, excellent. Ms. Bradford was there, very, very good meeting. And I think it was very, very positive. So, and they are, I'll say this out loud, they are a very valued partner for us. So I will make a motion at this point that we accept G. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, how were the people in attendance at that meeting selected?
Mr. Morton had put that together.
I mean, from us. I'm sure he didn't select Ms. Bradford.
He did.
Point of order. I think that's not germane to this conversation.
It is germane to the
Okay.
conversation because the rest of us don't know what was said at that
Okay,
meeting.
again, there's a point of order brought forth, and the chair rules that the point of order is well taken. At this point, we will continue. So we have the motion and a second to accept letter G. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 6-0 in this case. 6-0, please note that it's 6, not 7-0. Let's carry on with, you asked for N to be pulled off, so let's carry N next.
Yes, I am not opposed to N. I think Z-Space is wonderful. This was not on our information session before, so I would like to ask Dr. Faison if she would just give us a little brief update. You did put it in writing, but I was able to attend the demo, and I just thought that the rest of the board who did not attend might like to hear a little bit more about that.
Okay. It was actually on the agenda, but not the contract itself because it was getting audited. So Z-Space, for everyone to know, is a program that actually allows the students to have a virtual learning experience. We plan to utilize this in our health careers classes. We also will be working with our biology teachers, so they can also utilize this information. So think about, the kids could actually take a molecule and pull it out virtually and dissect it and look at it and break it down. So this is something that we're able to do with our endowment grant in a partnership with CTE.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add in there too that we had middle school kids that were there and high school kids that were there, and we had to like crowbar them out of their chairs, to go back into their classes because they were so enthralled with the program. And part of it, like on a very broad scale, is like a giant operations game where they have the body laid out and then they have, iPads on how to learn about it. But I just wanted to make sure that it got the accolades that it needed, because on paper, it looks good on paper, but when they're in there and their kids are participating in that, it takes learning to a whole nother level. And I mean, these kids were just like so enthralled with the whole program. So I'm glad that's how we're using our grant money.
Ms. Bradford?
Once we get it up and running, we will be definitely inviting the board to visit the classrooms so you can actually see that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bradford?
Can we have a little bit more explanation on the funding? This is $576,000, and I want to make sure that those listening understand that we're not taking it from this pot of money that would fund teachers, AIG, teachers' assistants, and so on. So can you explain that again one more time, please?
Yes, ma'am. So this is a part of our endowment grant. We have an endowment grant where we have partnered with CFCC and UNCW. It is to help secure and keep healthcare providers here in our community. So we're starting at the school level and then post-secondary partnership. So it is part of that funding.
Okay, so at this point, let's finish with N and then we'll go to K. I would entertain a motion to accept letter N, or approve letter N.
I make a motion to approve letter N.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a second, and first and second, any other discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Carries 7-0. So the last one we have is letter K, and that was a motion that was made, I believe, last meeting, that the legal contracts for consideration by the Sink Law Firm and the Pointer School for Special Educational Legal Services through the remainder of until June 30th, 2024. We have both of those in front of us here. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, excuse me, let's start with a motion. Is there a motion? Yes, Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I did want to point out, prior to the start of the meeting, I had only saw one of the legal contracts with Pointer School, and I know in my motion last month, we discussed the Sink Law LLC as well as Pointer School. But I did want to make note, I'm not comfortable passing both of these as is because the discrepancy between the two. If you look at Pointer School, it says in the first paragraph, special needs, and expands beyond that scope. In my motion last month, it was specifically discussed for our special education department.
Yes.
Chair, we are in discussion phase. There's no motion.
We had let's go ahead and take a motion, and then we'll go from there. So would somebody make a motion about this, and then we'll discuss it?
I'll make a motion that we accept.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll say we'll make a motion that we accept the proposals.
Okay. I'll second that. Now we'll discuss it, and we'll go from there. Ms. Walker?
So I guess my question is, I guess we'll use, I know what the motion was and I agree with it. And I think that if we stick with it, I'm not really sure what the danger is in that contract. I guess maybe we need to talk about that, but I feel like if we're using it for special education purposes, that's what we're going to use it for. I don't know what the problem.
I'd like to know what we upgraded.
Let her finish.
I'm done, thank you, sir.
You done? Okay, yes, ma'am.
What was it that we are refreshing for?
There was only one contract provided at that time, which was the, I would say it wrong, Pointer Spruill, and then we've added the sink.
Okay, so my understanding was when Ms. Barnhart made the motion to, the initial motion was to use Sink Law Firm. And then her amended motion was to include Pointer Spruill. I was under the impression that we were choosing between the two, that we were not going to be using them both.
No, we did both.
No, I mean, I remember talking about both. I didn't remember that we were going to be approving both.
Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Chairman, I don't like getting something at 7 o'clock at night that I've not seen before. I agree with Ms. Barnhart. This says, or other matters. We're in a budget crisis, and yet we're sitting here talking about adding another attorney firm or two other attorney firms that could be taking part of a teacher's salary. I'm uncomfortable doing this tonight, and I'd like to see us move it out a month until we can study these things, compare them, and get on the same page.
Ms. Walker?
I think the addition was the sink proposal, right? Because the Pointer Spruill one's been on there for a while. So the addition of the sinks is just the new one, and I accept them both. So I think that was the original motion.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yeah,
Ms. Criswell?
I don't know why we would put this off. We are, our central office staff has expressed concern, and several members of the board, myself included, that when we lost the Sink Law Firm from Mr. Vogel, his firm is not capable of meeting our needs for that, and we need to have people that are ready to roll now. And I'm going to use just the words that several of our board members have used over and over, that we can't afford not to have good coverage. So therefore, we're going to, we'll either keep inadequate coverage or for that. So we need new coverage, and I don't know why we would put off, that. We already, the contracts should be pretty much the same. Our legal counsel here reviews all of our contracts, as does Ms. Sutton. So there should not be a major difference between these two to do that. And we're using them for special education services as part of this discussion. But we are also able to use any firm we want to answer any of our legal questions that we want. So I don't know why that is such a sticking point that we can't move forward.
Ms. Bradford?
I totally object to broadening the scope of what we voted on. Y'all voted on. I didn't vote to pass that. What you voted on last month, and now we come up with a contract we've not seen before tonight, and and language has been added or other matters. So I move to amend the motion that's on the floor to strike or other matters. It's in paragraph, item 1A, second line, or other matters.
Which contract are you talking about?
Pointer Spruill.
Pointer Spruill.
And Ms. Barnhart, I did not hear that. Ms. Barnhart, I did not hear that.
I think she said second.
I said I'll second that. That's what I was getting at when I was looking at the two contracts, Mr. Chairman. In the Pointer Spruill contract, the first paragraph said special education or other matters based on the needs of the board, and that's not the intent of my motion last month. And so I would be in favor of striking that from the Pointer Spruill contract.
Okay. We have a motion second. Is there discussion on that part? Ms. Walker?
So there's a motion on the table already
Right, but
This is an
amended.
additional motion, or it is an amended, I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused where we are.
Right now, we're amended, the amended motion from Ms. Bradford was to strike a line of the Perner-Sproul contract under A, where it says, where is it?
I don't see an A at all.
Am I looking at the wrong one?
That's the
Yeah, I'm
contract
looking at the wrong one, I
that's
guess.
been for
No, it's Perner-Sproul. Yeah. 1A, yeah.
1A, okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. Provider will provide legal representation for New Hanover County Board of Education matters involving special education or other matters not handled by the board's general counsel. That's the part right there, correct?
Yes.
That's it right there. So I have it highlighted. So we have a motion and a second to amend. So we just strike those 1, 2, 3, 4 letters. Ms. Craybill, this is on the amendment, correct?
This is on the amendment, yes. What are we so afraid of to have other matters in there? Why wouldn't we want to have the best legal counsel and the best options for us in there? I don't understand why we would want to take out or other matters when we know that we can go and get any other lawyer for any other matter that we want. So I just think it's a semantic in there, and I'm not comfortable taking that out.
Okay. All right, so unless there's other discussion, if not, we will, Ms. Barnhart, no? Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? And again, this is only on striking from the contract or other matters, so this is on the amendment, not on the main motion.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
Mr. McManus,
No.
and Ms. Walker.
No.
Okay, so that does pass 4-3, so we will have to update that contract and strike the words, excuse me, not the letters, other matters not handled by the board's general counsel. We're back to the main motion, which is to accept these two contracts, now the Perner-Sproul being amended. We have a motion and a second on that. Mr. McManus, you have a discussion? Or question? Yes, sir?
So if I understand again correctly, the rationale for these two potential contracts is because we feel like that the present attorney cannot handle or does not have the background experience in the exceptional arena. So that is the whole base for us doing this. And so if I understand again correctly, that our present counsel would not be involved in this, so it wouldn't cost us more.
Right.
We'd still have to deal with the exceptional arena. I guess I'll look at the big cheese over there sitting at the table. Is that correct? I mean, it just means that these who have a background in this arena.
They would not be duplicate cases, so they would be assigned to the attorney that would have the expertise for
And
that.
that would come through you.
Yes, or Dr. Faust, me,
That's all I need to
as a
know. Thank
designee.
Okay. Yes, ma'am? Ms. Bradford?
I would just like to repeat something I have said before. I got information from central office and no one has disputed it. When Tharrington Smith was our attorney for that whole last year, there was 1.5 EC cases, 1.5. That half carried over, and the Vogel Law Firm has represented us for 1.5 cases. So he's taken over one case in this whole time. And I feel like this is just way overreaching. I will vote no to it. I haven't read this contract. I can't read it in the amount of time I have, and I'm not comfortable ever agreeing to a contract that I haven't read. I'm comparing the two of them right now as best I can in the couple of seconds that I have to do it. The rate is different. There's terms that are different. I'm not comfortable doing this tonight.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll address this to you, that we can't compare Tharrington Smith 1.5 to Vogel 1.5. We can't compare the costs of EC as a total because it's so dependent on what happens at the time. We don't know how many cases we're going to have with that. We don't know the difficulty or the severity of of settling these cases are. So I think we all should just put ourselves in the mindset that we can't compare what the other person did, the other legal services did, based on case amount. It is how they managed the case and how they charged us and how much we were able to settle to the agreement of the plaintiffs and us. So I just think we need to keep that in mind when we're doing our deliberations.
Mason?
I too have concerns with the fact that we just got this contract from the Sink Law Firm, and I am not comfortable. I've been able to read through the Pointer-Spruill contract, but I'm not comfortable signing anything that I haven't had the opportunity to go through.
Ms. Walker?
Maybe I shouldn't assume this, but I'm sure these have been vetted already, even though we haven't seen them. I mean, I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary from what I can tell. They seem pretty boilerplate. I mean, there might be some little differences, but I'm not sure that that's enough for me to not vote in favor. I'd like to go ahead and get on with it because I'd like for us to have legal counsel that, that can be referred to.
And we've all had our opportunity to speak on the main motion, so at this point, I'm going to call the question. Ms. Bowie, would you please?
Please repeat the motion one more time so we know what we're voting on.
The motion is to accept the two contracts provided, again, with the Pointer-Spruill contract, deleting the words "or other matters not handled by the board's general counsel," that whole sentence. But basically accepting the contracts from Pointer-Spruill and from the Sink Law Firm.
Mr. Wilmore, I'd like to break whatever we did last time, divide the motion so that we can vote on these law services individually, so that if we want to get Sink in place to start doing our work while we're deliberating over Pointer-Spruill.
You want to divide the motion?
Divide the motion so that we vote on them separately. We vote on Pointer-Spruill separately, we vote on Sink separately, so that we can move on now with legal counsel.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
On the divide the motion, you're not allowed to interrupt, and Ms. Crable interrupted you as you were about to call for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting.
You're out of order.
And there's no debate on it.
There is no debate on that. So let's vote on Ms. Crable. First off, Ms. Crable, have a second. Is there a second to divide and have two separate
Mr.
discussions?
Chair, I just need to clarify, you called the question, right? That means we have to vote.
Yeah, you're right. All right, let's call the question. Good point. Thank you, ma'am. So we are now voting on whether or not to accept the amended Pointer-Spruill contract and the Sink contract. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford? No. Ms. Graybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
And Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-2. That ends our discussion about close that down real quick. All right, we move on to policy amendments. Turn it over to Ms. Mason.
On here is, the majority of these policies were NCSBA changes with, I believe, 3 that were sent back to the policy committee.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to accept all of the policies.
Motion. I'll second that. Now, any discussion? Ms. Crable had her hand up first. Ms.
Yes,
Crable.
I want to pull off policies, like I'd said at the agenda review. I want to pull off policies 2300, 23, sorry, 2300, 2320, and 2660, and 2335.
Okay. So we have 2300, let me make sure I have that correct. 2300, 2320, 2660, and 2335, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Okay, we'll pull those off. We have a motion and a second to accept, amended motion, I guess. Would you amend your motion to accept all except for 2300, 2320, 2660, and 2335?
I will amend my motion to accept all except 2660, 2320, 2300, and 2335.
All right, we have first and second on that. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying, and again, this is except for those four. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. That passes 7-0. We'll start at the top with 2300 board meetings. Ms. Grable, you brought the question up, so I'll let you
Yes.
speak first.
So in policy 2300 board meetings, you see under number 3, special called meetings, and we added in agenda reviews under 3A. It's the second sentence, second line. Not opposed to that. What I am opposed to is that we need to have some description of what the agenda review meetings are all about. Similarly to every item that is listed in letter 3A, work sessions, retreats, public hearings, are described in letters B, C, and D. But we have neglected, and actually not neglected, we have chosen not to define agenda reviews. We need some descriptive parameters of what this meeting entails, i.e., what do we vote on, what do we not vote on? Can we change the agenda at the agenda review meeting? There are a lot of things that go on there. And the agenda review meetings are also mentioned in several of the other policies about how soon we have to get information in. And if we are going to make that part of other policies, then we have to publish a schedule of all of the agenda review meetings, just like we publish the schedule for all of the regular board meetings. We have a calendar that Ms. Bowie put together for us, which is awesome. You all remember this one that is, color-coded and it tells us when, but the public doesn't know that. So they don't know when to submit things because they don't have a listing of when the meetings are. And when we get down to other policies, it says something like, and they're generally or typically held. You can't have generally or typically when you're holding people accountable for other actions. So I think that we need to describe agenda reviews in its own letter. We can make it letter, E at the end, or we can make it letter C. We can put it in the order of work sessions, retreats, agenda reviews, public hearings. I just think that we need to be intentional about describing what this meeting is. It's a regular meeting that occurs every single month, so it's really not even a special called meeting, but I'm willing to keep it there.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, my motion is I'd like to add letter C, 3C, agenda review meetings, and put in some descriptive words. The policy committee can do that. We're not really supposed to be changing policy on the fly.
Okay, so there's a motion to basically send it back to policy committee to add letter C. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I interpreted that.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Is there additional discussion on that? Ms. Bradford?
Just a point
I
of
have a
order.
question, Mr. Chair.
Just a comment. It had been discussed, and the majority of the policy committee did not want to do that. So if we send it back, we're in danger of doing the same thing, which is fine. But I just wanted to let you know that that was something we discussed, and we did not want this tight, super control over everything that we do.
Okay.
Except when it's convenient for some.
Excuse me, you're out of order.
Sorry,
Ms.
again.
Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to ask, this came from the policy committee, so the consensus of the policy was as is. So I didn't know if the policy chairwoman wanted to speak to any of the justifications to address some of Ms. Crable's concerns, but I am skeptical of sending it back to policy if this is already the recommendation of policy. And also a question, Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that Robert's Rule of Order kind of helps us flow through our meetings, so I'm confused where the layout needs to be as far as voting and not voting, because I thought that's built out.
Before we get any further, I'm going to let Ms. Walker speak next. Ms. Walker?
Hi, yeah, I understand it came out of policy, but the will of the board is to send it back. So I would hope that the policy committee would listen to that and hopefully take some more thoughts on it. And I will say that I feel like this was a relatively new thing that we did with the general review meetings. This was a news from this past year, and we did go through an extensive process that you helped, and I think that's great, and we did approve a lot of changes, and I just feel like it shouldn't just be lumped in with specially called meetings. I feel like it is a kind of a special meeting on its own that does have specific rules to it, or should. At least that would, be norms, and I take Ms. Bradford's point about like being strict on it, but at the same time, I do feel like it's more than just a throwaway special call meeting. It's actually become part of what we do in a general sense, and I think we should have some parameters. So, if we don't send it back to policy, policy is probably the best place to do it, to hash out what we need and maybe give feedback to policy committee. If not, we can do it on the fly, but I would prefer not to do that. I would like to give it some more thought, and that's my thoughts on that. But I would like to see it with its own heading. Because it is such an important meeting that we do, and there are expectations that we have of them. So that's my thoughts.
Ms. Mason?
I did not know I was going to talk. As Ms. Bradford said, the consensus was that we leave it as is. If it's the will of the board, we'll bring it back and we will take suggestions. But to the point that was made, I forget who made it. We want to be careful how much we are codifying, because this is policy and it stays there. And so that was, I think, the concern of the consensus of the policy committee.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I'm going to see, Mr. McManus, do you have anything you want to add? Because you haven't spoken yet.
Maybe I'm still a little confused of the heart of what we're discussing. The agenda review is, that's where we define, hopefully, everything that we're discussing when we come to these meetings. And I still think there's a process of how we place things on the agenda. Hopefully and collectively we could agree on that, but I think I don't think it'll hurt to go back to the advisory, which is our procedure, unless the vote says no, which it probably will, but I think at least it would be heard again, if that makes any sense. Because the agenda is the key to everything that we discuss, or we don't. And so I think it's worth going back for another discussion.
Okay, and now I'll go to Ms. Graybill for a second time.
2 points. One is we spent a lot of time with the ad hoc committee, and they put together some recommendations, but did not put down any protocol, and that's what I've been asking for since that came out. We voted, the majority of the policy committee is 2-1, so that's not an overwhelming majority. We sent back policy 7205 about 5 times with the same people sitting there. To use Ms. Bradford's point on why we wanted 4351 on the agenda so that people would have a chance to talk to us, I'm using the same line of thinking, is that you both still have not answered. You didn't answer at the policy committee meeting, and you haven't answered here. What is your objection to writing down what we do and when we're going to do it? And the public maybe might want to weigh in at our next call to the audience on that. We've given them opportunities to weigh in on a lot of other things, and so I still am not clear why you're hesitating to define something that we already do. We're doing it with the Cape Fear Community College MOU. We didn't have anything in writing. We felt it was important to solidify what we're doing so that we're not just pulling things out of the seat of our pants, every time we get there. So I just don't understand. I would really like for my two colleagues to answer why they don't want it.
Ms. Bradford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We met for weeks, months. We went over it. We got legal advice from our esteemed attorney, and we crafted this based on that. We need to go back again and get legal advice because it is, I wasn't aware at the time that we were having our ad hoc committee that I wanted to have something set out. And the legal consensus was that wasn't where it needed to be. We don't have to have everything we do set in such a tight parameter that we can't have some flexibility in the way we do things. And we've heard the legal opinion that we can vote on anything, anytime, anywhere if we are together. I still believe that legally holds, and no matter how many times we say, oh, we can't do it that way, we actually still can do it that way. So I just don't think we need any more controls on what we do. We've come a long way in our agenda briefings. I think our last agenda briefing, while not pleasant by any means, was definitely a good example of what the meeting was designed for.
Ms. Walker, thank you.
Thank you. So I agree. I have some agreement with a lot of folks up here, but I mean, looking at policy 2335, which we're getting ready to look at, and it's got its own distinct kind of heading on top too. So I think agenda review meetings, I just believe, have risen to the point of where it is an important meeting and it does need to be pulled out of this specially called meetings generally. I think it is more than a general meeting. It is a specially called meeting because it's under Part 3, but it's not, I think in some ways it's more important than, well, we've got interim meetings here, which we don't do anymore. We used to do when we were first on the board, but we don't do. But this has become such a regular part of what we do. It just needs more substance to it, and that's all I'm saying. I don't think we need to be. We don't have to define it to the 10th, the 100th degree. I just think that it needs more attention than just a throwaway thing mentioned in the top paragraph. And to my point about 2335, it's been given that in another policies. So I just think, I just will agree that I think it just needs more than what's in here. That's it.
Is it still correct that you can add to the agenda at the last minute with a 5-2 vote? Is that, am I correct? So if 5 members at the dais decide they want to add something, they can vote. Okay.
Okay. All right. Ms. Graybill? You've already had your 2 times talk on this one, so.
We need to talk about that too. There's nothing that says you get 2 times. We need to look at our Robert's Rules of Order. So
you're out of order.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
7205 is micromanaging teachers.
Excuse me. Thank you so much. All right. So we have a motion in front of us right now to Ms. Craybill's motion, which was to send it back to policy, to have additional discussion on the agenda review, have a special additional.
Letter C, 3C.
C, E, or D, wherever we want to put it. Ms. Boo, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Graybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
And Ms. Walker?
Yes.
That passes 4-3, so it'll be pushed back into policy.
Mr. Chair,
Ma'am.
we'll be able to give our feedback to the policy committee.
Absolutely.
It will be on not this month, the next month? Yeah, okay, thank you.
If the next policy committee meeting is next week.
Right,
So
so it's not-
that agenda's already set, but for April, yes.
That gives us time to send y'all things. Okay.
Right. Okay, so we'll carry on. 2300 is going back to policy. 2320, Ms. Graybill.
Yes. So 2320 is what is added in there is the word that, 6 business days, that was good. All types of meetings require 48 hours minimum. And then we added in the new, that the public will find out after, it says, All types of meetings require 48 hours of notice. All supporting documents must be uploaded prior to the start of the meeting. Board members will have access to these documents prior to the public. And so my question to our esteemed legal counsel is, isn't it such that once a document is created, it becomes a matter of public record? So whether we give it to them or not, if we have it, then they can request it. Is that not right?
Mr. Vogel?
Well, a public record is a document that's kept by the board or by the school district, and it becomes disclosed upon a public record request. It's not proactively disclosed. The board and the school district have not proactively disclosing it. So it might be the kind of record that would be disclosed upon a request. It may or may not be, and it may or may not require redactions.
Any other questions? Ms. Walker?
So it is a public record. I mean, once we get it, it is considered a public record. Anything in print or on here, I mean, I might be wrong, but I feel like that's always been the case. So I don't know, I guess I'm confused why, like if somebody asked us for it, for example, and it wasn't within the 48-hour, like we could share it with them, correct or not? I mean, so I don't know why we are holding it back. I mean, I'm asking questions because I don't know the answer legally.
Would you like to ask Mr. Vogel that question?
Sure. I mean, I think he's already been asked, but I think he's answered that. I wasn't sure what the answer was. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. I really just don't. I'm confused because I feel like 48 hours. Like if we get it, then technically it's public. So 48 hours doesn't seem like enough notice.
Right. I think the point I was trying to make is if a document, let's say, is given to school board members by the school district to help prepare you for the next meeting, unless that document is covered by some exception to the public records law, it would be considered a public record that would be disclosed upon a request from the public, a public records request.
Okay.
Ms. Mason?
And if I could just add, we do have access to documents prior to the community when it comes to the agenda. When we are looking at the agenda review, they can see the agenda review. They can't see the next meeting because we haven't approved that. And so we do have that access already. This is something that it seems we are already doing.
Seconds.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned there too, that let's just say we get it and someone from the public says, I'd like to know more about this, so I know who to like to send emails or to come and talk at call to the audience. If we give them that, are we going to be accused of kind of what, one of our constituents was accusing us of, sharing documents that should not be shared? So I'm just a little confused about that. And coming back to another comment that one of our board members made is we are elected officials. We deserve to have the information first. If people in the public want the information first, then they should run for office. I mean, oh my gosh, that's the thought process behind this. So I'm just, I don't know why the public can't see it when we see it. When central office staff deems it appropriate for release, it's appropriate for release for everybody to look at.
Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept policy 2220 as written. Excuse me, 2320, except under number 1, there's a period missing after the word meeting. So with that amendment, with that addition to, I move that we accept this as it is.
We have a motion from Ms. Bradford. Is there a second? We have a second from Ms. Mason. Any further discussion? Ms. Walker?
I have a question. Is this change something different than what we're doing now? Do we not normally do 5 days? Do we post the agenda 5 days before? Is this a change?
We're changing it to 6.
We're changing it to 2 days?
We're changing it to 6 to match the policy we just approved.
Right, but I mean the 48-hour notice or to publish the agenda. are we currently just doing 48 hours now?
No, that's meetings.
It's meetings.
It says, along with 40 hours notice, oh, okay, I see, has been recorded 40 hours notice, okay.
We have to have 2 days to.
This isn't about posting the agenda, though. That's what I'm confused about. Is this,
It does say that.
okay.
Compliance with open meetings law. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? We should have that first, so I do apologize.
Mr. Chair, did Al answer my question? Are we currently posting the agenda 5 days or 48 hours? What are we doing right now? Do we know what we're doing? Ms. Crable,
Ms.
do you
Bowie
know?
can help us out.
Ms. Bowie?
Do we post 5 days or?
So it depends upon your agenda, or rather your meetings. So all your regular board meetings are posted 5 days prior to your regular meeting dates. So your regular board meeting agendas are posted on Thursday by 5 p.m. And then if you have any meeting outside of a regular meeting, that's considered a special meeting, and we follow the 48-hour window for that posting.
Mr. Woodward, I'd like to just also note that what Ms. Bowie says is correct. But with this policy change, we won't be getting it on Thursday. We have to get it 5 working days, business days. So Saturday and Sunday cannot count. So it would have to come 2 days even more, because we're changing all of our policies to be 5 business days excluding holidays. So that is just one of the things that will be coming from this.
Where does it say that, Ms. Crable, if you don't mind asking?
It says it in, under B1, paragraph 2. Regular board meetings require 6 business days, excluding holidays, notice to the Board of Education members, along with 48 hours notice to the public. So we have, and in policy that we just approved, 2300, everywhere we talk about days, we've defined them to be calendar days, not days. So weekends don't count in the publishing of information.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? Yes, sir? Okay, the motion again, Ms. Bradford made the motion to accept policy 2320 as stated with the amend or the change of a period at the end of the first under number 1 where review meetings needs a period at the end. That's the motion in front of us. Ms. Bowie, please call the roll.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. McManus?
No.
And Ms. Walker?
Okay, that passes 4-3. Moving on to policy 2660, Ms. Craybill.
We missed 2335.
Oh, you had called out, oh, you're right. So let's do it that. I just did it the way you called them out, but go ahead.
Yeah, I did, because I forgot that number.
Okay, that's fine. Go on to 2335, please.
Advanced delivery of meeting materials. Yes. So again, we are adding agenda reviews in there. We are changing 5 days to 6 business days, excluding holidays. And we're including agenda review. You should be seeing it in the first paragraph. Agenda review meetings should be also in blue, because we're adding that to that. So again, my point comes back to, we have agenda reviews as a regularly occurring meeting with no definition of what it is, and when we have to have materials posted and when we have to have materials submitted. So in a policy we just approved, the community, if they want to submit something, and I'm guessing that's going to be the same with us, is we have to submit it 6 working days prior to the agenda review so that it can be considered for discussion on the agenda. And what we're taking out, my same argument, is materials will be made available to the public inspection at the same time that they are distributed to board members. We're striking that out. Because we feel like we need to have first crack at the information. My contention is, I think that's a violation of public records if a person wants to have that. And I personally don't want to get in trouble if I want to share that information with people. And on our agenda review, we put non-agenda items on the agenda review. Like, we continually talk about items at the agenda review that we're not even going to discuss at all on the regular agenda. So where is that outlined?
Okay, and we do now have a motion, so Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I move that policy 2335, advanced delivery of meeting materials, be passed as written.
Is there a second? Ms. Barnhart, the second? Okay, so we have any other discussion? Ms. Walker?
Again, with the last one, we're changing it basically so the public does not get the materials except 2 days before. I don't understand that. I guess I didn't attend the policy meeting and watch it, so can people explain to me why we're reducing the time that the public gets to see things? And I agree again with the public records, so I just would like to know the logic, why people can't see it the same as we.
Mason?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this currently what we do? We currently make these available to the public 48 hours prior to the start of the meeting. Is that, or is that not correct?
Ms. Bowie?
So, yes, we do. I would say in all cases, we do our best to make all materials available. If there are, contracts that are still being reviewed or other materials that are being finalized, but the majority of materials are posted per the previous policy descriptions. If you're adding 6 business days, just FYI, y'all will need to go back and revisit your agenda review meeting schedule as well as your schedule that has been released to senior staff and administration for the supplying of materials. Because if you're looking at 6 business days and your materials are currently posted on that Thursday afternoon at 5, you have your agenda review that Tuesday of that same week, then you're going to have to back up your agenda review meeting schedule.
Are there any other questions or statements?
I feel like,
Go ahead, Ms. Walker.
thank you. I mean, I feel like this is what we do. Like it says, we're scratching out at the same time they are distributed to board members and putting in 48 hours prior notice. So I feel like it's something different than what we've been doing, correct? Thank you. I was like, I'm confused. Like, this is not what we do. And I'm worried that that's not enough notice for the public to prepare themselves for a meeting. And I also, again, I'm concerned with public records. If we get it, unless it's student or staff related, which is confidential, then the public has a right to see it. So I guess I'm just confused at why 2 days. It's not enough time, in my opinion.
And I'm going to speak because I think I just heard Ms. Bowie say that's what we're doing now. So did I not understand you correctly, that it's 48 hours now?
So you have 2 different posting schedules. As we've discussed before, you have your regular board meetings and then you have all other meetings. Your regular board meeting follows a different posting notice versus all other board meetings. So your items for your regular board meeting, for instance, for tonight's meeting, all items were posted by Thursday afternoon at 5 p.m. Specialty called meetings, such as your agenda review or a meeting that's needed to be held, both the agenda and the supporting documentation have to be released within 48 hours of that meeting. So the 48 hours are for specially called meetings, whereas your regularly monthly meetings is those 5 days prior. So we post on Thursday by 5, if at all possible, to allow for the public as well as the board members to review all items by Tuesday afternoon at the start of the meeting of 5 o'clock.
That's different. That's different.
Bradford?
Just pointing out something that's obvious. We had a contract that we'd not seen before, 7 o'clock tonight. We had it come up tonight and we had it approved. The public didn't get to see it, but we didn't get to see it. Just pointing out the obvious.
Mr. McManus?
Nicely as I can be, there's been a whole lot of things brought up at the last second in the middle that was decided that we never discussed before or were warned. But I kind of have mixed emotions about this. My rationale being that we do bring things for discussion that don't go anywhere. And we talk about the economics, and we talk about our monies, we talk about, and then people jump on it if we've already left it behind. Same thing with the budget. I've gotten more emails about the budget, and we've not even discussed personnel, and people are saying, matter of fact, I'll just say it. Someone told me, well, both of us are aware of this. Somebody from the district sent an email to Hoggard saying they were going to fire some people. Well, I mean, don't know the validity of that, but that's how bad it gets when people are discussing. So discussing is one thing, approving is a second. So I have mixed emotions, I'll be honest with you about it. Because what we say, people take for granted. Like them.
Mr. Wilbur, I would like to call attention back to policy 2320 that we just approved, where it says any supporting documents must be uploaded prior to the start of the meeting. So we just approved a policy that allows us to change things whenever we want. So that is what I was talking about, is that our policies are conflicting with each other. And the need to manage is, we don't want to manage it. We don't want to micromanage except in certain cases. But those words that says any supporting documents must be uploaded prior to the start of the meeting will have made that the change to the contract perfectly legit. It'll make the change to anything that we do perfectly legit. So we just approved that. So I don't know now why we're arguing that we don't want to do that, because we just did it.
All right, we have a motion and a second in front of us. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
What's the motion?
The motion is to accept 2335 as written.
Mr.
Ma'am?
Chair, that's conflicting. So we're basically taking all our meetings and making it 48 hours now. We're not going to do Thursday anymore
No,
for
it's
regular board meetings. So we are reducing it to 2 days.
Well, it matters how the vote goes.
6.
Oh. No, I'm talking about notice 48 hours prior to posting the agenda materials. That's what I'm talking about.
For our regular board meetings, it's still 5 days.
Right,
I mean,
not
6
anymore.
days.
Not if we pass this. Right? It
It says regular meetings right here.
says regular, interim, and agenda review meetings, all will be
That's
48
correct.
hours now. That's what this says. Unless I'm crazy.
Yeah, so the policy committee
Ms. Craybill.
votes
Ms.
without
Craybill.
thinking.
Ms. Craybill.
I'm sorry.
Just saying.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second in front of us to accept policy 2335 as written. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
I'm sorry, for a point of clarification, so 48 hours prior to the start of the meeting, so therefore you want your agendas, for instance, for tonight, it would have been posted on Sunday evening at 5 o'clock?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says 48 hours.
Yeah.
Every one.
Ms. Mason, let's ask the policy chair because she brought it forth. I'll get your question. I'm just going to.
Are we talking business days or are we talking regular days?
Business days. It says it in here everywhere.
Well, we're looking at 2335 right now.
At present, it says 48 hours prior to the start of the meeting. It does not say 48 business hours. It does not say 2 business days. It says 48 hours. Are we talking business hours or are we talking regular?
That's a question for the policy committee, I believe.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. McManus is next to speak. Yes, sir.
Would this put Ms. Bowie in a position that she would be working on Sundays or weekends to be posting, whereas
It
now it's
shouldn't
done in the regular?
Craybill.
Sorry.
Is that, I don't know, put you on the,
Well, as Ms. Mason just pointed out, there's no clarification to specify whether it's 48 hours or if it's 48 business hours. So that would be to the will of the board. However, if you're just looking at 48 generic hours, then your board policy would be posted on Sunday evenings before 5 o'clock.
Ms. Bradford?
that's not fair of Crystal.
I move that we amend this based on what Crystal's just said for there where it says 48 hours prior to the start of the meeting, make that, if I'm not correct, help me with my math here because I'm getting late. If we backed it up to business days, then it would be Friday. And that's what we're already doing, correct?
Thursday.
So currently, we post your regular board meeting agenda on Thursday evenings.
It'd be Thursday, sorry. That's
Okay,
not good.
so then that would be 72 hours prior, 72 business hours prior to your regular board meeting.
I'm sorry, I don't follow you.
So we have a motion and a second to accept it as written. There seems to me like, I'm just going to say the obvious. I think maybe this needs to go back because we're asking Ms. Bowie, trying to figure things out on the dais.
So
Can we not send it back to policy and let you guys talk to Ms. Bowie and figure this out?
No.
Okay, no, well, that's fine.
I'll make that substitute motion, Mr. Chair, to send this back to policy. I make a substitute motion to send it back to
We have
policy.
a substitute motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, yes, please. We would need distinction. I don't think we need to mess around with business hours. We need it in days, I think. I think that would be consistent across the board. I don't like this 48-hour business. It's very hard to understand, and I think it's clear, because look, we don't understand it, so. Can we send it back? Can we please just work that out where it's clear? Thank you.
Working days as a rule of Monday
So-
through Friday.
Yes.
We have a motion, a second, a substitute motion, and who seconded it?
I seconded.
You did, okay, first, second. This is a substitute motion to send it back to policy to work it out, so we have all the dates and stuff. And please, I would ask that we also talk to Dr. Faust, of course, but also Ms. Bowie, so that we have it together. Please call the roll, Ms. Bowie. This is a substitute motion to send it back to policy.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
and Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Well done there, 7-0, I like that. All right.
Mr. Wildebohr?
1 second, we're going to get one more. We have 26, 20, 26.
I would like to make a motion that we cancel or change the previous action on policy 2300, 2320, because they say the same things, 48 hours. So if we're going to amend one, we need to amend them all together at the same time. So my motion is to cancel the vote or change the previous action from 2300 and 2320.
Okay, so
300 was already sent back.
2300.
2,300 was already sent back.
Okay, then 2320. Thank you for the correction.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and second. This is only for policy 2320. Any discussion?
Yeah, we need to, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Ms.
We just
Walker?
need to work it all out, the hours and the days thing. I just think it's clear we need to work it out. So that's why I'm in favor of it.
Okay, so let me get Ms. Craybill has a motion. We have a second by Ms. Walker. Any further discussion? This is to change the previous action. This needs, I'm going to ask you because it says varies. So does it need a majority or a supermajority?
I consider it a motion to reconsider, and it needs a majority.
Okay.
I'm reading off number 35 that says cancel or change. I move to rescind, amend something previously adopted.
Right, but if you look at
And you have to do it in that meeting.
But if you look at the end, it says varies. So is it a majority or a simple majority? A supermajority or simple majority?
Maybe Ms. Bradford can look it up in the book.
No, I misunderstood. Ms. Craybill did mention that her motion was to cancel a previous action as opposed to reconsider a motion that had passed.
We'll go with the simple majority, since I get to choose. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on that? Again, this is only for policy 2320 to rescind the previous motion. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Wildebohr,
No.
Ms. Mason,
No.
Ms. Barnhart,
No.
Ms. Bradford,
No.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Mr. McManus.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Okay, that's defeated 4-3. So that
Mr.
will,
Wildebohr, point of order, or want to insert here. So what do we do now that we have, and maybe Ms. Mason wants to address this as the chairman of our committee. What are we going to do now that we have conflicting policies? Which one takes precedent? So which one does our central office staff follow? Which one does Crystal follow? Which one does our community follow? Because they are different on the same matter. 48 hours is in that policy. So I don't know why we wouldn't want to go back and fix that. So I can't wait for somebody to come up and, get us on that one, because it's something we could easily have changed.
all right, thank you for your opinion.
Thank you.
We'll carry on with 2660.
Yes, that was me.
Let's do it properly, and let's start with a motion, please.
I would like to make a motion that we amend policy 2660.
2660, yeah.
The, in, where it says in in number 3, it gives a very nice statement on what the policy is all about, why it came about, and it has a statement in there that the board chair appoints 2 people. But if what I put in front of you is, and I sent you an email earlier today from Sue Hayes, who is the chair of Soils and Water, and she sent us an email that was sent to all board members, so everybody got a chance to read it back in February, and that's what I was trying to remember and find at the policy committee meeting, but I couldn't find it. Finally located it. This document tells us exactly how we have to ways to become an associate supervisor, that we have to apply directly, and we have to submit a resume and a cover letter, and it tells what the duties are, but our policy does not mention anywhere that we have to apply. It just says that Mr. Wildebohr gets to choose, or the chair gets to choose 2 people to represent us, and the representatives may participate, and all that's good. I'm not opposed to any of that, but our policy doesn't tell us that we have to submit paperwork in order to meet their policy. So we're already going in as a collaborator, not even following their rules. So my motion is to add in number 3, this document that comes straight from the Soils and Water, so that we know that we have to apply. Once you pick, you say, Ms. Mason, Ms. Barnhart, are you interested in applying? And they say yes. And then they submit their resume and cover letter so that they can be selected as an associate supervisor by the board that is already there. Because I don't believe, based on talking with the county manager who's in charge of this area, that we have to follow their rules, with that. And we don't have anything in our policy that outlines us following those rules.
Okay, now we need a second. Okay, Ms. Walker seconds. Discussion, Ms. Mason?
As we discussed at the policy committee meeting, we added this line, those appointees must be approved by the Soil and Water Conservation District, indicating that though the chair is appointing 2 members, they have to be approved, so that it indicates that there is a process. I think that if we add this document in, it's going to make it lengthy. I think that this is sufficient.
Okay. Ms. Walker?
I agree that it would make it too lengthy, but I don't know why we can't put a link, or at least put it somewhere it can be referenced to in the policy, because I just think, years after we're gone, I think it's a good idea to have something that references this document to know. Yeah. Oh, well, can I amend the motion that instead of putting the whole document, that we put a link in there, at least? I don't know if we can do it with our own web link.
I'll change my motion to provide a link to this document.
Okay. And I've seconded that already, so.
Okay, so we have first and second to add a link to this document. Is there any other discussion? Anybody in the? No. Ms. Barnhart? Are you still there? Okay. Wrong link. All right, let's vote then. Miss Bowie, would you mind?
Mr. Wildebohr,
So we're adding the link. Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Mr. McManus, and Ms. Walker.
Yeah.
All
Yes.
right, that passes 7-0. So we, I think we actually have to go back and vote on the whole thing now. We've added the link. So I will make a motion that we accept 2660 as written with the amendment, with the
Second.
link. Is there a second?
Second.
There a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carried 7-0. All right. We are back on schedule here. Next, we have our old business, which is Career Readiness Academy at Mosley. Miss, who would like to start this discussion?
I can go first.
Okay, Ms.
Mr. Chair, can I
Bradford.
just have a point of clarification? We have 2 minutes each, right? Because
Yes,
we
ma'am.
agreed at agenda review, that's all we're going to do is 15 minutes discussion.
Right, yep.
Correct, okay, just
Is
making
there a
sure.
timer somewhere?
I got a timer going right now.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Bradford. Ms. Bradford?
Okay, the cost shared with the school board and other stakeholders in late 2023 for the district to retain CRA Mosley certainly appear inaccurate at this point. However, fast forward, the proposed budget released by staff this month for CRA Mosley is significantly lower. The budget for 2025 for CRA Mosley is under $675,000. Under $675,000. In February, after a public records request, the proposed budget was released for the Mosley newcomer school. It was to have been $1.8 million. $1.8 million. Do the math. This exceeds the proposed 2025 budget for Mosley by $1.1 million. Even comparing it to the budget that we were originally shown last year, it's still an additional $500,000. Am I correct in remembering the superintendent saying he would not move forward with the newcomer school without asking the county commissioners for funds? Facing at least a $20 million shortfall, I could not have asked the county to fund the replacement of CRA Mosley with a new program that would have increased the year's budget and every other year's budget by $1.2 million. Because of the grievous trauma that all this caused to the students, I feel it would have been fiscally irresponsible to take that ask to the county commissioners. Mosley parents were emailed between Thanksgiving and Christmas 2023, essentially saying, we're turning students out to replace them with a school for immigrants that is projected to cost the taxpayers $1.2 million more than the proposed budget for Mosley. That should not have happened. That $1.2 million could have bought us some teachers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
She made it in 2 minutes.
Who would like to be next?
Hold on, can I just move? I have to reset my climber.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Barnhart, would you like to speak next? That way we don't forget you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to say the whole process in this was a very unsettling process. And I think as we move forward in closure, the things that we need to focus on is ensuring that these students were kind of inserted into a whirlwind. And I think that moving forward, our job as the board and working with the superintendent and staff, we need to be cognizant of these decisions being made such that we can present a united message of wherever the direction is going. That being said, I do like that the superintendent decided to keep the program open, and also the fact that we are not pursuing newcomer school. I believe it's in the best interest of this board for us to direct the superintendent to staff to cease all plans for a newcomer center here in New Hanover County Schools moving forward. If that needs to be in the form of a motion, I'm happy to make that motion at this time.
Please go ahead and make that motion then, ma'am.
I would make the motion to direct the superintendent and all staff at New Hanover County Schools to not move forward and cease planning of a newcomer center anywhere in New Hanover County Schools.
Second.
The first and second.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am?
We haven't finished speaking yet. Why
Oh,
is there a
everybody's gonna- yeah,
motion?
we're all gonna
I
have
don't
a-
think
Nobody
that's,
seconded.
We're all going to have a...
where was a second?
Yeah, there's a second, but we're going to all have a discussion. You, go ahead.
I'm
So,
not saying I just want to go so bad I can't stand it. I just feel
I'm
like
just
we
making
should have
sure
gone
Ms.
to order.
Barnhart's done with her minutes.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Walker, go ahead.
I'm just saying, I'm not clamoring, we've got a motion on the table. How am I supposed to, are we going to wait till everyone's finished and then
Yes,
vote on the motion?
That's exactly right. We're having a discussion on it.
So is Ms. Barnhart done?
She is.
She has a minute to go, okay? Hold on, let me reset.
Okay, who would like to speak next? Mr. McManus?
My understanding, when we met with the county commissioners, and where they supported, obviously, understandably, to keep Mosley, that they were going to pay the 1.3 million at that time. So where did I go astray? That was not an understanding?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, the way it was delivered, the gentleman to my right, who was on the county commissioners, said it will remain, and I don't know why, but I thought I understood that county commissioners would get involved in that 1.3 million.
Let's ask Dr. Faust, if you don't mind.
No, mind.
Should I put a pause on Hugh's time?
Please, yeah,
Okay.
please.
Sure, it was always, and so if you go back and watch the video on 11/28, because that's why I kept saying, go back and watch the video. And I'll add to that, Ms. Bradford, at 2 hours and 5 minutes, you said, congratulations, this is fabulous. Those were your words. Also, I did say in there that it was, if it's only funded, fully funded by the county, and in that, this is when, during budget season, when you bring it to, so at that time, no one brought any questions, no one said anything. I let it sit. We presented, then we presented again. I provided more information, and then I called you, and then I said, because of the actions, I'm going to pull it. But no one came to me with any questions or concerns. No one. But I agree, let's pull it. And you're right, the reason why those budget numbers are wrong, or not wrong, but are different, is because we pulled out because that's what the board asked us to do. If you go back and watch the other meetings, you asked us to do it without those information. How would we be able to put it in another building without those things? So all we did is what the board asked for. You go back and watch your meetings, you'll be able to find your words. I don't do anything outside of what the board asked. On the 6th, when I sent it to you, I sent it that early for you to give feedback, and had you given feedback, we could have pulled it at that time. No one said anything, but I can say that there were about 9 questions. If you start at 1 hour and 15 minutes in that video, you'll start to see your questions, and no one had a concern about it at that time. No one. No one. So that's what I'm saying. There was no undercover. There was nothing. I presented it to you, asked you for feedback, but then for some reason now we are all up in arms. But again, you said to Dr. Faison, by the way, congratulations, this is fabulous.
And I think Mr. McManus's question actually was, I guess, maybe for Mr. Sutton now. But my understanding of your question is that you felt that the county commissioners were going to now fund Mosley. Is that correct,
No.
Mr. McManus? That's his question, though. So don't say no.
That's my question.
That's his question.
But I'm saying they're not.
Well, okay.
Oh, you're saying they're not going to fund it?
No,
We didn't get an answer.
Whenever, yes, during this time is when you would bring a budget proposal. So this is when we're doing budget season, so you can't get ahead of budget season and do a proposal to the county. We take one budget to the county, and then the board has to vote on it. And then after the board votes on it, then we take it to the county. So it never made it to, they said no before it actually came to them. That's basically what happened.
But again, I think Mr. McManus's question has still not been answered, which is, did the county commissioners, in your recollection, say that they would fund Mosley?
They did not.
They did not. Thank you. That's all we're trying to get to.
Can I
Mr.
add to
McManus
that?
would finish,
And in
please.
your present financial preparation, are we including money for Mosley? And how much is that?
Hugh, I'm starting your time. With that question, I'm starting your time back.
So we're still working on the budget, so we haven't got the recommendation ready for you yet, but Mosley is included in the budget document that we'll bring.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McManus. We still have Ms. Craybill, myself, Ms. Mason, or Ms. Walker who would like to speak next.
Go ahead. Are you sure? Anybody else?
Ms. Walker, if you don't mind. You are the chosen one.
You ready? I'm going. You're on 5. Go.
Okay. Thank you. You said I could have this minute. Okay, I've made a statement, so I'm going to go ahead and just read it. Okay. As I've stated before, I believe in Mosley kids and staff, and I'm happy to see the decision to close this school within a school has been reversed. I could not unhear or unfeel what I felt when those brave students came to us to advocate on behalf of themselves, their peers, and their school community, and the same goes for their staff. Mosley's an alternative high school, and I wish there had been a program like that for me when I was struggling in school back in the day. It is not a special needs school, as been purported. Not that there is anything wrong with special needs schools. It's just the distinction is important and the language matters. It's called the Career Readiness Academy because the education they receive will get them ready for whatever they decide to do next, and whatever it is, they will be ready for it. I've had the honor to give away 2 graduating Mosley classes, and I've always felt a kinship with Mosley students. What I know about Mosley kids is they have challenges, but they are tough. Whatever they are dealing with in their lives, they are rising above and meeting those challenges. People have sent me messages literally telling me that Mosley has saved their lives or the lives of their kids, and that means the world to me. The discussion that we had on the dais about career and technical education or test scores, while those are they absolutely do matter, I know from my own experience that sometimes accomplishing something like graduating with a high school diploma is the point. I hold graduating from high school as one of my greatest accomplishments and milestones, right up there with marrying, kids, my house, and my graduate degree. I brought my diploma with me. It was huge for me. It set a tone for my life and opened many doors. Additionally, it was always about Mosley students and never about students versus students. I was very unhappy with the discussion about migrants and refugees. It was never about that for me. We don't pit students against each other, and the fact is we do our best to serve all our students no matter where they come from or what language they speak, and we are trying to do that every day, all the time. When students are in our school system, we are obligated to serve them, and I'm proud of that. That's the value of public education.
Time's up.
I will conclude by saying I'm happy Mosley is still here and that the students get to experience an environment that will help them achieve their life goals. And I'm happy that we will have the support of our county commissioners to make sure that school is sustained.
And I'll give Ms. Walker some of, that was good.
He said I could have the rest of his time.
Okay,
So.
I was going to give you some of my time, so.
Thank you.
All
Thank you, I
right,
appreciate
Ms.
it.
Mason or Ms. Craybill, who would like, I'll time you when you go, Ms. Craybill. Would you like to go?
We have 2 minutes left, so.
Well, superintendent spoke too, so.
No, we gave 15 minutes total.
I know.
2 minutes per each, and then 1 minute to wrap her up. So I'm just pointing that out
Yes,
to
ma'am.
you.
I'm ready to start you.
All right, ready, go.
Go.
I'm talking? I thought Ms. Mason was talking.
No, you're talking.
Okay, so you got me?
I got you.
I don't have anything to say, other than the fact that, because we already made this decision not to go forward. The county commissioners already told us that they weren't going to support us. So I don't even know why we're sitting here talking about it. The information that we got in there for the budget for going forward, I think was helpful, and I'm sure we'll see it again in the overall budget in there. So that's all I want to say is I support the program, always have, but I don't know why we're discussing it because we've already made that call. Superintendent's already made that call.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, Ms. Mason, you going to get her, Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, hold on, let me get there. Are we going to give her the full 2?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to give it my time.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Respectfully, I have to disagree. We didn't make the decision. The superintendent made the decision and then voiced that decision, which is why in a minute I will amend Ms. Barnhart's motion. But just to point out with the newcomer school, I worked in a school for the deaf for 13 years. And the best way to learn a language, the best way, is immersed in that language. I have a degree in speech language pathology. The best way is to be immersed in a language, not to separate them out, not to put them in a different location, not to be in a different building. The best way, the most successful way, is to be immersed. And so that's why I would support Ms. Barnhart's motion. And I would like to actually amend it to add that the board keeps the Career Readiness Academy High School at Mosley open to students for the foreseeable future.
Second.
Okay, first and second.
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify what was changed? I can't remember what the original motion was. You're just amending Ms. Barnhart's motion, and it's for substituting what you've just said.
Adding.
Okay.
Say it again,
So can we
please.
repeat what both said?
Ms. Barnhart, can you?
She can do
Barnhart,
that.
would you make your motion again, please?
Sure, I would make a motion to direct the superintendent and staff to cease all plans for a newcomer schools anywhere in New Hanover County.
And Ms. Mason, would you?
And I am amending it to add that the board keeps the Career Readiness Academy high school program at Mosley open to students for the foreseeable future.
Okay. We are out of time, so we will go ahead and there it is. Ding, ding, ding.
The, are we going to say, you know, in perpetuity, or whatever those words are, even if our staff shows that the school is not meeting the needs of students? I mean, I have a problem with putting in forever and ever. I think that at this time would be more appropriate.
Mason.
Why do we hire these people, you know, if they don't have a chance to give us information?
Mr. Chair.
Well, let Ms. Mason see if she wants to change that on the video.
You said at this time?
Yes.
I can amend my amendment?
Okay.
Yeah, just change the words to that.
All right, Ms. Walker, why don't you finish this, and then we'll.
Well, any board at any time can change anything
yeah.
to that point. But I don't like conflating newcomers school. That sounds to me very political, and I'm only just saying this what it sounds like to me with what, I like Ms. Mason's motion. I don't like the fact they're together. I don't like this. The commissioners have already made their resolution, and I don't think that we're going to undermine that. So I don't know why we have to do that, but that would be the only reason I would vote against it, but I support half of it.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? And this is for the amended motion with the additional part that Ms. Mason.
Yeah, read the whole thing again so we know what we're doing.
I can repeat it.
Okay, go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We are to direct the superintendent and the staff to cease all plans for New Hanover County for a newcomer school. Did I get that right? The board will keep the CRA Academy at Mosley High School program at this time. Open to students at this time.
Okay. Ms. Bowie, please call the roll.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
And Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Passes 7-0. All right, board members, thank you for that. Carrying on, that was the amendment, so we got to, well, I think it was the whole thing. Am I correct?
Well, it was the amendment.
Okay.
Because Ms. Mason amended the main motion.
Okay.
So now you get the main motion, which looks the same as
Right.
what you just voted on.
Let's go ahead and vote on it again. Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll one more time?
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Walker?
Yeah.
Again, passes 7-0. Carrying on, school meals for all, new business, school meals for all program. I believe Ms. Barnhart brought this forward. Ms. Barnhart.
Yes, board members, I know that this is a directive of our initiative of our district. We've increased the amount of community eligibility schools that we have. Ms. Walker pointed out that we have a grant for free breakfast this coming year. So this was an organization that I found out about. A few of our high schoolers are represented in the school ambassadors, and this is a resolution that the organization School Meals for All has that we can adopt as a board that just shows our legislators that we're in support of this initiative. Last year, like I had discussed in the agenda review, we had to use about $300,000 in our fund balance from unpaid lunch debt. And I know that we have a link on our site that people can pay unpaid lunch and breakfast debt for our students, but this would also help, I think, stand in line with some of our initiatives that our staff have already done, and I would make the recommendation now that we adopt this as a board.
I'll second that.
Well, that was a motion, but I was just say, she said she just recommends.
Yeah,
I would say,
Can you make that a motion, please?
yeah.
Clarify.
Sure, I make a motion that we sign and adopt this resolution as a board tonight.
Okay, I seconded that.
I was going to do the motion if you didn't, so
Okay.
that's fine.
Any discussion?
No, I think it's great.
All right. All in favor? I will do it this way. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carries 7-0. All right, next we have the I can't spell, late day. NCSBA Legislative Committee. Ms. Barnhart, you brought this forward, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I had asked about this last month. I was going through my emails and I came across this, that there is a legislative committee through the NCSBA that they help with the legislative agenda. And in order to submit an application, which is due on March 22nd, our board has to first agree to somebody who can submit the application. So at this time, I'm bringing it before the board. If anybody would like to do it, I openly stated to you all in email, I would be interested in this position, but also interested to see who else is open to it.
I'll make a motion that we nominate Ms. Barnhart for the NCSBA Legislative Committee. Is there a second? We have a first and second discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Walker?
there's no one else, right? We're just nominating Ms. Barnhart.
I think it says for one, nominate one of
Yeah,
its.
I don't want it. I'm just asking. I'm okay to go ahead and vote if that's.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Yeah.
Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please? This is to nominate Ms. Barnhart for this role.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Ms. McManus,
Yes.
and Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Passes 7-0. Congratulate Ms. Barnhart. If I need to sign something, please let me know. I will do so.
Thank you.
Correspondence. Oh, you're very welcome.
You may
Correspondence.
have to write something,
Okay.
like a paragraph or
All
two.
right. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you should have told me that before. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Ms. Bradford, excuse me, it's getting late.
I just want to comment on the Cape Fear Community College MOU. It's wonderful that we could work through that, and I am very pleased. I value our partnerships. I especially value that partnership. And I'm also extremely excited about a new chapter in our CFCC partnership, bringing aviation mechanics into our schools as well as an aviation flight school. This is an amazing partnership opportunity for our students, and we value Cape Fear Community College.
Thank you. Mr. McManus? We're doing we do have a closed session, but we're doing our correspondence if you have anything. Anybody? Sir? Okay. Ms. Graybill?
Yes, it's been a busy couple months, and we've not really gotten to correspondence, so I have a couple things I'd like to just congratulate people on. First of all, I don't know that we ever really talked about School Counselor Week, which was back in February 5th through the 9th. Thank you for all the work that our school counselors do day in and day out to help our students get to where they need to be academically and emotionally. Also, this in February 12th through the 16th with National School Bus Driver Appreciation Week. School bus drivers can't get enough appreciation, so I just wanted to let them know that we were thinking about them during that time. This month of March is the National Social Workers Month. They get a whole month, and counselors only get a week, but that's okay, because we know that they all work hard 365, 24/7. So thank you to all of our social workers out there, and know how very much you are appreciated. I had the opportunity to attend the elementary all-county chorus a couple weeks back, which was phenomenal. Wanted to give a shout out to Krista Faison for organizing that and bringing to us a renowned conductor who doesn't usually come to elementary school things, and decided that he needed to be invited back and be on a rotation. So that is a credit to Ms. Faison. Best Foot Forward was great, and I did want to just add, there's also an art show component to that is taking place at CAM, and that art show will be hung until March the 25th. PTA had their reflections, and we were able to move on 3 state winners, so I think that is pretty, speaks again to the arts. Pine Valley did their annual wax museum, and not only are their students great, but the credit goes to the third grade teachers who really do a tremendous job in preparing these kids to come and talk. The Read Across America, that's a favorite part. I know we all have been out there reading, and some of us in costumes, but we won't say who that was. Mr. Alligator. So also, I didn't say that, only on that one topic. So AppSeed, we got the chance to see that, for our very youngest learners learning with technology. And that goes all the way up through the high school level. I had the opportunity to sit into a class where they were talking about a collaboration that we're looking at with NC State and Hofstra University to train our teachers on how to deliver more exciting, career and technical opportunities. Many of us have been listening to the Portrait of a Graduate presentations, which I'd like to commend, Abby Noble and Ms. Henderson at New Hanover High School for their work in teaching the kids the soft skills that go with their hard skills of writing. The last thing, too, I just wanted to reach out or thank the New Hanover County for putting together a wonderful program called Critical Readiness Conference that our school teachers participated in on their day off, on their work day, where 100 professionals across the county came together to see how they can best serve our students in their times of crisis and need. And so I just wanted to thank them for doing that program and including New Hanover County Schools in their efforts.
Thank you very much. We're going to carry on because we do have a closed session. New Hanover County Board of Education, this is our announcements. I'm sorry? Did you have something to say? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not know. Go ahead. Yeah.
I won't keep y'all too long. All I wanted to say is I got with the Task Force Subcommittee on Mental Health, we got to meet with Smart Start yesterday, the folks there. We were really looking into whether we can figure out a way to expand, pre-K program. And I just leading on to the AppSeed, which I know we've talked about, but no one's actually seen one of them. These are what we saw today. They were, they're little tablets for the pre-kindergarten class kids, and basically it just helps them with kindergarten readiness. And I believe we should support this program for all our pre-K students, and I hope we do, because I think it's going to make a big difference on EOGs and everything else beyond. So,
graduation.
Anybody
yes,
want to talk about it, let me know.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Mr. McManus?
I'll make this brief. Since you volunteered me to be on the Teacher of the Year committee, which actually is one of the finest things I've ever encountered. I'll briefly say this. I've read over 30 portfolios. I have never in my life realized the dedication and the seriousness of purpose that these teachers have. And the one comment that goes across every single one I've read, if you don't love the kids, care about the kids, respect the kids, take them where they are, deal with that, then you're not being a good teacher. And every slam one of them, I can't talk about particulars. So I'm asking that in the future, when this is all over, if we can get some teachers to volunteer to actually, they'll let us read anonymously, if that's what they want, some of their portfolios. I want you to hear what these teachers do. They're programs I've never heard of. I mean, it's unbelievable. If that doesn't make you feel good about this county, nothing will.
Yes, sir.
And so thank you for doing that.
Well, that's called voluntold. But that's what actually our teacher voice is some of those people come in and talk. All right, back to what I was, everybody? Good, okay. New Hanover County Board of Education will hold a budget work session on Thursday, March 21st at 10:30 in the Board of Education Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely. New Hanover County Board of Education will hold an agenda review on Tuesday, March 26th at 2 p.m. Board of Education Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely. And the New Hanover County Board of Education will hold the April regular Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024, 5 p.m. Board of Education Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely on New Hanover County Schools TV YouTube. All right, carrying on. I will call for a motion to move into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11 for the following purpose: to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C 402 and not considered public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of General Statutes, to consult with the attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, including in respect to John Doe's 1 through 14 versus New Hanover County Board of Education and John Doe's 15 through 17 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, and to consider qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or hear or investigate complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. We have a motion, a second.
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. We are in closed session. We have we have 23 minutes, so please go directly there, please. I got 3. There's 3 coming up. You're the key figure. All we need is 4. If she sits and you sit, we're good. All right, maybe Miss Mason. Mason.
I'm here.
All right. We're back in open session, and our final bit of business is to adjourn. Is there such a motion?
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, Mr. McManus gets to stay. Everybody else, we are done. Thank you all for a good night. Have a safe trip home.